Be wise, seek eyes for the best buys. Huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, including Camaros, Corvettes, and the best selection of Silverados in western Wisconsin. Our award-winning team offers the best customer service and certified technicians. Check out the all-new ChevyTownUSA.com and look for Be-Wise pricing on the entire inventory. Find new roads and take the short drive to I-94 and Highway 25 in Menomonie or anytime at ChevyTownUSA.com.
Okay, wrestling fans, we are here live at Menomonie High School to watch our varsity wrestling team take on 3 Big Rivers Conference opponents tonight. My name is Grant Peisig, and I'll be with you through all 3 dual meets, and I'm lucky to have our superintendent, Joe Zadowski, with me for a while here for this first match. So thanks for coming, Joe.
Grant, I don't know if you're lucky or not. I'm not going to be able to add any wrestling stuff, but certainly I appreciate the opportunity to join you for a little bit here.
Yeah, we're really excited about the team that we have this year. Since we've been with you wrestling fans for the first dual meet of the year against River Falls in late November, our team has put together quite a run here. Went through the most challenging schedule we've ever put together for our high school varsity team, and that's because we believe we have a team that's capable of doing some serious damage in February in the postseason. And so when we started the season, we were ranked number 7 in Division I. I just checked the newest rankings, and we're up to number 4 now. So
that's pretty impressive. So can you explain? Well, I see we're going to do the national anthem.
Okay.
When we get back, let's explain what the speed is all about.
Okay. All right. National anthem is done, and we are ready to roll with some wrestling. We're starting out at 113 pounds, and that's a great place if you're a Menomonie fan to start, because we get our former state champion, defending state runner-up, senior Brayton Casey, going first for the Mustangs. They're going to do some starting lineup introductions here. Okay, so we're back going. And before the national anthem, you asked a question, and that was?
So what kind of meet is this, and how is this going to work tonight?
Yeah, okay, so what we would call this is a quad. And that means that there's going to be 4 teams involved. There's going to be Eau Claire North, which will be the first opponent for the Mustangs, and then we'll wrestle the Richmond Tigers, and then we'll wrestle the Chippewa Falls Cardinals.
So 3 meets in one night.
3 meets in one night, and that's something new that the conference just came out with this year. Basically, in wrestling, you can only have 14 competitions, whether that be a tournament or a dual meet.
Yep.
So this by doing more than one match per competition, it allows you to get some more total matches throughout the season. And so it basically, the downside is it'll limit the amount of home meets you get in a year, but the good thing is that our wrestlers, when they make weight for this, they're going to get more bang for their buck. They're going to wrestle 3 times instead of once. So.
Well, and Grant, you mentioned, this team, certainly is a special team, and I know it's all about opportunities for kids, and that's a good creative scheduling piece by the coach, by the athletic director, to be able to get our kids more opportunities. So I see there's 3 mats set up, and the camera's only going to focus on the mat that Menomonie is wrestling at. Right now, the other 2 mats are vacant. Is this kind of the early, and then there'll be, more people coming?
Yes, correct. We had to reschedule our dual meet with Eau Claire North because of the tournament that we went to last weekend. We went down to a tournament called the Clash National Duels, and that involves 32 teams from all across the country. And we placed 11th in that, actually, which was the second highest placing Wisconsin team. And so it was a great showing, but we were supposed to wrestle Eau Claire North last Thursday, and that would have conflicted with that tournament. So they agreed to come over early, wrestle us here. Then later on tonight, Chippewa and New Richmond will be in the gym, so they will wrestle. It'll be kind of a round robin type deal. And then on the far mat over here to our right, that'll be JV matches starting at 6. So not only the varsity kids will get to compete, but our JV kids who we're trying to develop will get a chance to compete as well. So
awesome. So as we get ready for this match between Menomonie and North, what's North have this year? Is this
North
competitive, or what?
Eau Claire North is a program that Justin Rebhan, their head coach, started there, I'm going to say about 3 to 5 years ago, and he started with not a lot of numbers. So he's done an outstanding job building numbers in the program. They've had a decent amount of success this year, but I think it is a duel that if we wrestle up to our standards, that we should dominate the duel. We have that type of team this year, and they're still a program that's more in what I would call like a building mode. They're definitely heading in the right direction, but if we wrestle to our standards, I think it should be one that we should control pretty well.
Excellent. Yeah, you can see North does have a number of kids down there, as does Menomonie, and that's good, because there are some programs across the state where they're struggling to even fill weight classes. And I know in Menomonie there were a few years where struggled to make weight classes, and not only are we filling weight classes, now we're filling them with some pretty darn good wrestlers.
Yeah, we've had a really good youth program going in Menomonie for a lot of years, and pretty much all these kids who are our varsity athletes have been part of that youth program at some point. And I think just like any sport, that's a big foundational piece of a successful program. And I'm doing a lot of the youth coaching now because I have young children, and we have about 90 kids signed up between kindergarten through 5th grade. I think we had about 45 in the middle school show up to practice here. That began this week, and our high school room, I should say, varsity and JV, we've had about 35 kids total showing up all the time. So when you build those kind of numbers, like you said, the first things first is you have to fill all your weight classes. Any forfeit you give up in a dual meet is 6 points for the other team, and so you never want to give those away free. And so, yeah, we're sitting in a really good spot and looking forward to what we can do tonight. So this first match here will be our best wrestler. Brayton Casey was a state champion 2 years ago and a state runner-up last year. He's taking on Wyatt Eckler, a junior from Eau Claire North. Quick takedown for Casey there right away. Brayton's one of those kids that he's a coach's dream. I mean, he's just hardworking, listens, and has high goals, and he's willing to do what it takes to achieve them. So love seeing him have success.
So 2 points for the takedown,
Yep.
leading 2-0 right away. Obviously, he's looking for a pin here.
Yeah, eventually he will. What he did here is he chose to let his opponent up, gave him the escape point, and sometimes when you're better than your opponent and you want to get some extra work in, that's an effective strategy. And one thing Brayton's really been focusing on this year is to get better on his feet with his takedowns. So you're going to see him doing some of this. And like I say, the reason for it is there's nothing like live action to work on things. So he'll probably work to get a few takedowns here, build a big lead, and then later on in the match go to try to secure the pin.
Well, so far he's up 6-2. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, he's good. He's going to go wrestle at the University of Minnesota next year. He's definitely got a great shot to win another state title this year. He's faced some really stiff competition throughout the beginning of this year, and he'll be ready come February. So, yeah, he's built that lead to 10-3 now, and at some point here he'll take him to his back and look to pin him, which might be right now. Nope, we're going to go for another takedown.
So, yeah, he's just taking him down, letting him up, taking him down, letting him up, getting some good practice in.
Yeah.
And give the guy from North credit, too. I mean, that's not easy to go out there and face a competitor like this.
Yep, that's exactly right. I mean, I give anybody who's got the courage to step on a wrestling mat, I give you credit, because it's just the one-on-one nature of the sport, and especially, there you go, there's your pin for Brayton Casey, and the Mustangs will go up 6-0 with that.
So all pins sponsored by Edward Jones. Appreciate the sponsorship from Edwards Jones, supporting the Mustang wrestling program. Also, the broadcast being sponsored by Advanced Dairy, and certainly appreciate Grant Peisig as our announcer. I'll be staying for a little bit, but hey, good start for the Mustangs.
Yeah, you bet. That's a great weight class for us to start at. You get to run out your best wrestler right away and take a 6-0 lead. Next up here, we're gonna see one of our new wrestlers get a chance to wrestle tonight. Dan Hansen, he's a junior. It's his first year out. Aiden Ari would typically be the starter at this weight class, but we're giving him a little bit of rest tonight. And so we got Dan out there, and he's wrestling a freshman from Eau Claire North named Brody Heinbuch. So Dan right out of the gate with a takedown. That's a good way to start it out. I tell you what, Joe, Dan, this is his first year wrestling. And I was at the first practice of the season, and we do this thing when we're warming up where you do a cartwheel to a roundoff, and then you hit a standing backflip.
Oh,
Not
man.
everybody can do it, but Dan just makes it look easy. And I looked at Coach Lubeck, I'm like, who is this kid? And so he's got some real – he's a kid I wish we would have had out all throughout the youth, but we got him as a junior, and he's got some real natural ability to him, very strong and powerful for his weight, which is obviously a good thing in wrestling. So he got his chance to – step out on the varsity mat here about a month ago against Eau Claire Regis Altoona Co-op and pinned a senior that has been on varsity for like 3 years. So, we think we might have found a diamond in the rough here with Dan. He's a good kid, and good to see him jump out to a 2-0 lead here.
So it looks like we do have a bloody nose already for the wrestler from Eau Claire North. What's the weight class on this one again?
This is 120 pounds.
Okay. So leading 2-0. Match, we're leading 6-0. Good start for the Mustangs. So we don't have necessarily a blood time sponsor. Why don't you go ahead and pick one?
Yeah, okay. We'll start right on the top of the list here with Chippewa Valley Energy. Barry Hines is one of our wrestling club board members, and he's one of the key leaders at Chippewa Valley Energy. So if you're looking for any of your propane fuel type needs, they're a great place to go looking. So blood time sponsor, Barry Hines. He'll like that. He'll like that. Barry will like that.
Oh, that's terrific. So looks like he's still going to be working here for a while. They get 5 minutes of blood time? Is that what it is?
Yep. So what they do is once the bleeding stopped, they'll stop the blood time, so then it doesn't go. You can see it's ticking down on the TV down there with the scoreboard. So once the referee sees that the bleeding has stopped, he'll tell them to stop that clock. And it's pretty rare that you see that time expire in a match, but bloody noses are part of the battle, and unfortunately it happens.
Have you ever seen a color commentator pass out?
No, we're going to need blood time for you up here if you fall off that stool.
Oh, man, these kids are tough, I'll tell you. Wrestlers are tough, and they work so hard to get to this point. And I know they don't cut weight like they used to.
Yep.
There's some safety protocols in place now, isn't there?
Sure, yes, exactly. So beginning of the season, you have to do what's called the skin fold, which is essentially you're a body fat test. And so that gives you a minimum weight class. So the WIA will not allow you to compete at a weight class that's below 7% body fat for you.
Okay.
So that's in place. And then there's another piece of the puzzle there with dissension plans. So it limits the amount of weight you could lose per week to try to promote healthy weight loss. And honestly, I have to admit, I didn't, especially when I was early in my career, I didn't always do it right. And we had less regulation too.
Oh yeah.
And when you don't do it right, your performance will not be there.
Sure.
And so we really stress that with the kids, that it needs to revolve around eating a healthy diet and then getting a lot of exercise, getting a lot of calorie burns in. And so the good thing about that is when you're doing it the right way, you're actually living a really clean, healthy lifestyle, and your body's gonna feel good, so you perform well when it's go time.
Well, they did stop the blood time clock at 3 minutes and 9 seconds. They gave them a little bit extra time just to kind of get cleaned up, and now it looks like they're about ready to resume wrestling.
2-1. So the Eau Claire North wrestler Heinbuch got an escape. So now we're back on our feet. Dan Hansen's gonna look to see if he can get another takedown here.
Minute 35 to go in the first period.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of hand fighting here, and that's good. Dan has picked things up pretty quick. Like I say, he was a first-year wrestler, and so really what we're trying to do right now is we're battling for some position, trying to get to our tie so then we can attack the legs, which is what he just tried to do. Oh, there
nice
you go.
move.
Nice. Right to his back, a little hip toss to his back. looking for the pin here.
Getting some near fall points there, huh?
Yes, he is. So he's going to end up scoring 5 out of this if he doesn't pin him, which that's getting pretty tight. It's only a matter of time.
Still has 54 seconds to work. So he rolled out of it, huh?
So there's 3 near fall, as you said. So now we've built a lead to 7-1 for Hansen. Yeah, he had that pretty tight. I thought he was going to be able to put him away, but
he's letting him up, huh?
Letting him up. And you know, we talked about it in Brayton Casey's match where that's an opportunity to get some extra work rather than pinning somebody in 30 seconds. With Dan being a new wrestler, what we really stress with our new wrestlers is we want them to get 3 to 5 techniques down first. And so if you get in a situation where you're uncomfortable or you don't know what you're doing, get back to a situation that you understand. And he's been doing a good job taking the guy down. Go back to it.
I like that idea. Get to a situation you can understand. That makes a lot of sense. So I see he's over there coach, talking to Coach Lubick. Let's talk about the coaches for a second. You want to run down the coaching staff?
Yeah,
for
you
Menomonie?
bet. You bet. Our head coach is Rylan Lubeck, and he was state champion at Wisconsin Rapids, wrestled for the Wisconsin Badgers. Colton Brame is standing next to him, and Colton's been around the program now for almost 15 years, I'm going to say. He was an assistant coach when I was the head varsity coach. And so those two, they're actually cousins. And they, in Wisconsin Rapids, when they were coming through, was the dominant wrestling program in the state. They have more team state titles than anyone. And so those guys really understand what it takes to get to that level. He's not here tonight yet, but my brother, Eric Peisig, who was a Wisconsin Badger teammate of Rylan Lubeck, is one of our assistant coaches. And then we have a stout student, Dalton Andrus, who's sitting down on the bench there, who's been a real big help for our big guys. He's young enough where he can get in there and wrestle with the grizzly bear Andrew Schaefer, which none of us old guys want to do anymore.
That's understandable.
Yeah, Andrew's the full 285 this year, and when he falls on you, it just doesn't feel all that great.
Mustangs have a heck of a heavyweight.
They do. Yeah, he was awesome on the football field, and Andrew's we'll get to see him later tonight, but he's just putting together a great year right now at heavyweight. We really think he's got a great shot to qualify for the individual state tournament, and having that anchor at heavyweight's always great.
So they stopped the blood time at 2 minutes and 1 second, so there's still a little blood time left, and we're back to wrestling.
Right back in on his legs. Hansen with a nice high crotch, another takedown. Oh, now he's got it. Really nice leg attack by
So
Dan.
that pushes the lead to 9-2, 19 seconds left in the period.
Let's see if he can ride him out for the remainder of the period. That's always another thing a coach will stress to wrestlers is finish the period on top. We don't want to give up points at the end of a period. Nice return. See, that's the strength I'm talking about. He's for a 120-pound guy, he is a powerful individual, and yeah, nice job in the first period getting out 9-2. We like that.
Excellent first period. So again, this is Daniel Hansen, a junior, relatively new to wrestling, but boy, he's looking good out there here so far.
Yeah, he's one of those kids. He showed up the first day. It was his first wrestling practice ever, but he's been training really hard. He's been asking really good questions. Nice. And he's picking it up. Tried to hit a little headlock there. Another takedown, go up 11-2.
There's not a lot of cushion under these mats either. I mean, it's not like there's a spring floor or something like that. Those guys are hitting it pretty hard. And here we go again. More blood time. Under 2 minutes now. Should we run a quick commercial, you think, or is it going to be a quicker one?
Yeah, we can do that.
So we'll go to commercial, hit a 30-second commercial, and we'll be right back. No. We'll try this again. We got to hit the cut button there, I think.
Oh, shoot, that's what I did.
But I think we got to start it over. You can do it. Yeah. We're getting this figured out here.
I'm a little bit of a rookie on the live stream, so.
Oh. See, I started. Oh, never mind. They called the match there, Grant.
Oh, okay.
Just not going to be able to continue. Let me fix this here while we talk about the next wrestler.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next up, we're going to have one of our freshmen taking the mat, and that's going to be Aaron Howard. Aaron's been having a great year so far this year. He's wrestled a bunch of ranked opponents, really high-level schedule, and he's been performing really well. He's taken some losses to some of the top kids in Wisconsin and Minnesota, but that's why we put this schedule together, is so by the time we get to the end of the season, we're going to be battle-tested and ready to go. And Aaron's certainly been one of our wrestlers who's had the toughest toughest road so far. And he's going to be taking on a sophomore from Eau Claire North, Carter Bauer.
So they awarded 6 points there, I believe, on that last match. Is that right?
Yep. So in a dual meet, if you win by pin, if we win by forfeit, or if you win by injury default, you get 6 points for your team.
So Mustangs leading 12-0. Again, Aaron Howard on the mat for Menomonie.
Eau Claire North, Bauer tried a headlock there, but Howard felt it, and Aaron's really good in these positions. We call it scrambling in wrestling when a person's on your leg and you need to try to defend the shot, so he's very flexible. You'll see that. We'd probably rather not have him get in some of these positions, but he's really good at getting out of them when it does happen. So
they did give the escape at the end there, huh?
Yep. So 2-1, Aaron Howard with a takedown, and then Bauer from North with an escape. Now we're back on our feet.
So Bauer's a sophomore.
Yep.
126 pounds.
Front headlock here for Howard. Nice shuck by for another takedown.
Aaron's so quick, and I've seen him on the baseball field more than anything, and
Yep.
he could do it all, whether he's behind the plate or out in the outfield or on the mound, and one heck of an athlete, no doubt.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've, just in your time spent with him on the baseball diamond, know how competitive he is, and he's got high expectations for himself,
He's
which
got
is
him
great.
here now. Look at this.
Yep.
Can he keep him in?
There
He got
it is.
him.
Another pin for the Mustangs. We'll go up 18-0.
And again, all pins sponsored by Edward Jones. And appreciate the sponsorship. That's 2 pins now on the evening. 3 matches, 2 pins, and one
injury default. So
that's a pretty good start.
Yeah. It's,
6 times 3 is 18, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's the best we can be doing right now. So, okay, next up here at 132, we've got another one of our freshmen, Easton Anderson. And he's going to be taking on a junior from Eau Claire North, Jonah Berg. This should be a good matchup. Berg was a sectional qualifier last year.
Is it common to have freshmen in the starting lineup like this?
Not always. Part of the reason why we have them. Nice by Easton, locks up a body lock. Can he secure a takedown here? To answer your question, no, we'd probably most of the time prefer not to have freshmen in the starting lineup, but this year with Aiden Ari, Aaron Howard, and Easton Anderson, we have 3 kids that have been wrestling since they were little, and they've got a lot of mat time, a lot of experience, and they're all good athletes.
Yeah.
And so they're our best option at those weights. Easton has wrestled really, really hard so far this year. As I've said a bunch of times, we've had a really tough schedule, so the wins and losses probably haven't shook out quite the way he would have liked so far this season, but he's getting better each time out, and he's definitely going to be a key cog for us down the stretch.
When I would think the heavier you go, the more difficult it would be for a freshman to compete at the varsity level. I've seen it before in the lighter weights, but Easton's starting to get up there a little bit, and you're facing some guys that have more of that man strength.
Exactly. The vast majority of his matches that he wrestles this year are going to be against juniors and seniors, and so we've just had to talk with him about that. And the good thing about Easton is he's just a great kid. I love working with him. He's got just an awesome smile, a great attitude, and he understands it's going to be a process. And if he takes some lumps as a freshman, he's going to get to give them back when he's a junior and senior.
That's right.
So,
well, unlike Aaron Howard, he's a multi-sport athlete and just a super competitor.
Yeah, so Berg with a takedown here. Like I said, Berg was a sectional qualifier last year from Eau Claire North. He's probably their best wrestler.
What's he trying to do to him right now?
He's trying to lock up a cradle right now. He's got that bottom leg hooked, and he's trying to get his hands locked around Easton's head and leg.
9 seconds left in the period.
Way to avoid it there by Anderson. Can he steal a reversal here quick? There it is, 2 before the buzzer.
Right at the end of the
ties
period.
It up.
Move.
That's that athleticism. For a freshman, Easton Anderson is a strong, powerful kid.
That reversal sponsored by American Family Insurance, Sheila Dutton Agency.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you to Sheila for sponsoring the wrestling club at our golf outing this past summer. Nice first move off the whistle. Great explosion up to your feet. That's what we want to see. Didn't get away, but that is always, we always talk about wanting to win the whistle. at the beginning of a period, whether you're starting on top or bottom, getting that first movement. There it is. There's a 1-point escape for Anderson.
Easton now leading the match 3-2. Minute 40 left in the second period. So are some of these guys going to wrestle 3 matches tonight?
Yep.
3 or 4 even?
Probably just about all of our varsity guys will wrestle 3 matches tonight. The way the conference, Berg in on a shot. Let's see if Anderson can defend it.
He's holding on tight.
Yeah, 2 points for Berg from North. Take a 4-3 lead. Basically how the conference set it up, at least for this season, and I think they may look at changing it, is if you wrestle varsity in one of these duels, you can't switch back and forth between JV and varsity.
Oh, so that kind of limits the number of guys on your roster.
Yes.
That makes it tough.
Oh, there we go.
He's got him there.
Got him in a banana splits, and that's a fall. That's one that Easton's been caught in a couple times this year, so we just got something more to work on at practice.
Well, you said it. Jonah Berg from Eau Claire North, a really good wrestler, sectional qualifier, and Easton Anderson, the freshman for Menomonie, sure gave him a nice run, but ultimately Berg caught him.
Yep, that's a tricky position.
Pretty hard to get out of.
It's if you get caught in they call that lots of different things, but banana splits is one of them. Okay, and we get a forfeit at 138 for runner stall, so that'll push it to 24-6 for Menomonie.
So forfeit, huh?
Yep, it looked like they had a wrestler on their roster, but maybe he was sick or didn't make weight, or I guess I did not hear why, but we'll move up to 144 pounds where we have junior Devon Grayson. And he should be taking on a senior from Eau Claire North, Isaiah Drager.
Next up at 144 for the Huskies, senior Isaiah Drager. For your Mustangs, junior Devon Grayson.
So senior versus junior this time.
Yeah, Devon has done a nice job. This is a weight class where we've been 138 and 144 are 2 weight classes where we've been rotating different wrestlers throughout the course of the season. To determine the starting lineup in wrestling, a lot of times we have what's called the wrestle off, where you can have a match in the room between 2 people. But Drager in on a single leg for a takedown, take a 2-0 lead. But as coaches, it's a lot of times nice to see how kids perform in live action against opponents from different teams.
Sure.
So we'll have a nice sample size by February, and when we have to make that decision of who the starters will be for regionals. And Devon will be right in that mix. He's done a nice job this year. Again, he's a wrestler that came out as a freshman, so he doesn't have a ton of experience under his belt, but he trains hard and he's getting better day by day. There's an escape for Grayson.
So Drager from North leading 2-1 with a minute left here in the first period.
Devon needs to keep hand fighting and get to his ties that he wants. He was just digging for an underhook there, so he needs to keep work. Oh, there's a shot by North. Good sprawl, but he sucked it up. Drager sucked it up. On the edge of the mat here. Good job fighting that off by Devon Grayson.
So Grayson from Menomonie is giving up quite a bit of height. What's that like when you have such a height disparity wrestling?
Yep, there's definitely different techniques that you're going to be good at based on what your body type is, would be my opinion. And so Devon, he's more of a short, explosive athlete, and Drager from North has that longer build. So kind of like in boxing, a lot of times the longer builds want to keep you at bay.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, there we go. He's going to get a takedown. No near fall, but he'll take a 3-2 lead. 5 seconds left in the first period. So with Grayson, what he needs to work on his feet there against that longer opponent is to get inside of him and close the gap. That longer opponent a lot of times wants to use his hands to post on your head and keep you away, keep you at distance. We need to get inside of that, close the gap, and then be able to use our explosion and power. Because a lot of times there will be a little bit of a strength advantage when you're the shorter, stockier guy. So he got it. He was able to secure a takedown there, take a lead. Now we're on to the second period. Grayson starts down. Good movement off the whistle. Working his way up to his feet.
So Mustangs leading this duel 24-6. Good start, but long way to go.
There we go. A 2-point reversal for Grayson to build his lead to 5-2. And a nice half Nelson he's got going there. Let's see if he can. Drager fights it off. Drager to his feet. Looking for the escape. Grayson needs to return him here. Oh, okay, let him go, which is okay. If you stay behind him when he's on his feet for too long and can't bring him back to the mat, you'll get warned for stalling. And so Devon made a good choice there and just decided to let him go, and the score is 5-3. Grayson with the lead.
So we're just about a minute left to go in the period.
Another shot by Drager. Grayson's good job defending. He's going to have a chance to score here. Nice re-attack, though. See if he can finish it. 2 more for Grayson on the single leg re-attack. That was nice.
So 47 seconds. We're not quite out of this period yet.
Yep, let's see if he can put a ride on him here. He just needs to work to get him broke flat to his belly. Drager does a good job building to his feet. Nice job dropping to the single by Grayson. He's wrestling a good match right now. And he just got warned for stalling. Little bit of a questionable call in my opinion there. He called it because he dropped to the leg and drove his partner, or drove the opponent out of bounds. Now they were right on the edge to begin with, so that's why I think it's a little bit questionable.
Sure.
But, so you get 1 warning for stalling. If he gets called for it again, that'll be a point for his opponent. But he's got a bar and a half here. This could get really tight if he does it right. There's our near fall starting.
14 seconds. He's got short on time here. He should be able to do it.
Oh boy, let's see if he can get that pin. It's getting pretty. Oh, Drager does a good job
4,
fighting free.
3.
Ran out of time.
Hey, but what a nice move there.
That was really good. Build a lead up to 10-3. So that's another good thing to talk about is in a dual meet, if you win a match by 7 points or less, your team gets 3. If you win a match by 8 points to 14 points, that's called a major decision, and your team gets 4. If you ever get ahead by 15 in a match, that's called a technical fall, and your team gets 5. Uh-oh, Drager put him in trouble there for a second.
And he reverses it on him. Nice work.
Yep, so now he's got him in danger. Oh, no.
This is getting exciting.
Yeah, this has been kind of wild here. I'm losing track of the score, but Grayson needs to work on bridging and get off his back here. We don't want to give this up with a big lead.
Minute 30 to go. Plenty of time.
Uh-oh, this is tight.
Oh, he
nice
rolled out of it. Oh, he almost lost it. Like you said, Grant, he's got this big lead. It's not so big anymore. 12-8 with a minute 21 to go.
Yeah, that'll get your heart pounding a little bit whenever you got to. Nothing's worse than getting pinned when you have a big lead.
So that escape moved the lead up to 13-8, but still a minute 10.
Yep, and what Devon needs to focus on here, he's got a 5-point lead with a minute left in the match. Really good position. He doesn't need to take any crazy risks. Bad shot by Drager, and there we go. There's 2 more. So now he's back up to that 7-point lead.
Just run the ball.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The best place to finish a match is on top. And that's, the old saying, finish on top. It's just like what you said, the football reference, run the ball, run the clock out. Put him on his belly, keep him down there. There isn't a whole lot he can do to take advantage of it.
So the guy in the bottom just got a stalling warning, it looked like.
Yep. Then you got to stay active. In wrestling, you just need to stay active. If the ref looks like you're taking a break, that's when those stalling calls come into play.
So is 8 points the cutoff?
For the major decision, yes. So
is he going to let him go and try to take him down, or just?
If the dual meet was closer, that would probably be the strategy that we would impart. It would for sure be. But being that we've got a pretty good control, and there was some flopping and flying around there for a while, we're just going to leave him on the ball. Just run the ball. Just run the ball.
And that'll do it.
That'll do it. Yeah. So 15-8 win for Devon Grace, and that's a nice win. Mustangs get 3 team points to go up 27-6.
That was a heck of a match there. That was entertaining.
Yeah, that beginning of that third period was a little bit wilder than I would have liked with a big lead, but credit to Devon. He kept his calm, and he worked his way off his back, which, unfortunately in wrestling, sometimes you get put there, and that is the biggest gut check moment you will ever have in a wrestling match. Is this guy's squeezing on you. All his weight's on you. Sometimes it's a little hard to breathe, whatever it is, and you just gotta You just got to focus little by little on wiggling your way out of there and getting to your belly, and that's exactly what he did.
So what do we got here, Grant?
Next up, 150 pounds, we've got a sophomore, Luke Pember, and he's taking on a sophomore from Eau Claire North, Matthew Poppy.
Boy, you got 2 points on that. It was close to the edge, and Luke's going to go ahead and let him escape and stand up.
Yep, kind of same thing you saw from Brayton Casey here, working some takedowns. Luke Pember's a heck of a wrestler. He's one of those guys that's been with it since kindergarten, and is putting together a really nice season here as a sophomore. Oh, going for his patented cradle.
Boy, he's pretty quick to attack. Watch, he lets him up, and he's right at him again.
Yes, he'll be on him. Luke's an aggressive wrestler. He's just how we want it to be, and you know, like I said before, there's nothing like a live match to work on stuff against an opponent from another school. It's not the practice room. There's another takedown, and I'm sure we're going to see. Speaking to what the question you asked before about how different people are built, Luke is a very long, lanky 150-pounder.
Yeah.
And you'll see him use that on his cradle right here. That's what he's going after. I'm sure at some point in this match he's going to eventually get it, but deciding to work on his feet again. Let's Poppy up, right back in on a double. Another solid takedown.
Boy, he lets Poppy up, and he's not up for more than a few seconds before he takes it. Here we go again.
Yep, and part of this too is this is tough mentally on opponent. So if they're hard to pin right away, if you do this a little bit, kind of, number one, tire them out physically, but then mentally, you know, it just gets to be like, geez, this guy's never going to let up. And he's going to have that cradle locked. Oh, Poppy fights it off. Credit to Poppy.
Yeah, he's wrestling hard.
Yeah, you see a lot of times when Luke gets his hands locked on that cradle that the match ends pretty quick with a pin, and this kid's fought that off a few times, but he's in trouble now.
So Luke Pember for Menomonie, leading 10-4, 12 seconds left in the period.
Now he's got a headlock. This is getting tight, but a short time. Poppy could survive this. Yep. 3 more near fall, so 13-4 for Pember after the first period. That's a nice first period.
Again, this is Grant Peisig and Joe Zadowski. I'm not going to be here long. Got a referendum presentation at the middle school at 6, but covering the quad, that's what it's called,
The quad,
right?
Yep.
The quad meet, the first match here between Menomonie and North, and Menomonie off to a commanding 27-6 lead.
Pember's going to start optional there. Yeah, we're really excited for what Luke can do down the stretch here. He was second at the Northern Badger. He was earlier in December, he was out for a little bit with a little bit of an injury. We had to get him healthy, but then he came back to the Northern Badger, which is kind of the biggest tournament in Northwest Wisconsin throughout the year. They hold it every year right after Christmas, and he made the finals of that in a 32-man bracket.
Where was that at?
River Falls.
Okay.
And down at the Clash last weekend, he had some really nice wins down there against quality out-of-state opponents. There was the cradle I was talking about.
He got it.
And there's another 6 points for the Mustangs.
That pin sponsored by Edward Jones. Third pin of the night for the Mustangs. Off to a great start in their first duel of the evening against Eau Claire North. After the duel with North, they'll be, New Richmond?
New Richmond, yep, New Richmond.
And then what?
And then Chippewa Falls. So we'll be here. You'll get to listen to me for probably 5 or 6 hours by the time we're all done. So lucky crowd.
Well, the middle mat is going. The other two not quite yet. There will be JV wrestling to our right. There'll be other dual meets starting to our left. So a lot of wrestling happening at Menomonie High School. Still plenty of time to get out here. Come on out, have some popcorn, and watch the Mustangs. This wrestling team is really something this year.
Yeah, next up here, we have a senior, Walker Ferguson, for the Mustangs, and he's taking on Ethan Barkovich, a junior from the Eau Claire North Huskies.
So this is 157?
157 pounds, that's correct. And Ferguson has had a heck of a senior year. He has made a huge jump from where he was at last year to this year, beating some really good opponents, and just the techniques and all the little things we look for as coaches are just really, really turning up this year. So hoping for good things for him in the postseason.
So after a lot of rapid scoring in most of these early matches, this one still 0-0, a minute 20 to go in the first period.
Yeah, Barkovich fought off Ferguson's first leg attack, but this one's looking like it's going to be a score for Walker. Here we go. There's a 2-point takedown.
So there's the first points of the match. Walker Ferguson for Menomonie.
That's what we want to see on her feet. Walker's done a really good job. One of the biggest areas he's improved on this year is just dictating the tempo of the match and being in the positions he wants to be in versus allowing his opponent to try to kind of drive the match that way. And so that's a big key, and he's just done an outstanding job with it this year. He's got a bar and a half, and this has the potential to get really, really tight, really, really quick. Yep, looking to stack him up. This should be a Barkovich from North's doing a good job fighting. I give him credit.
Boy, look at him twist that lower end, just trying to keep some leverage to keep his shoulders off the mat.
He's trying to keep one shoulder up there, and Ferguson's kind of transitioning into a double arm bar here, which it's not a real fun position to be in, but good work.
Some of these guys are like Gumby out there, man.
Yeah, you find out how flexible you are in this sport. There's no doubt about that, whether you like it or not sometimes.
So Ferguson leading 5-0, 10 seconds to go in the first period.
Yep, let's finish out this period on top. If you're Ferguson, that's the goal, and it looks like you will. 5-0 lead going into the second.
So the Mustangs so far, I'm trying to think back, couple pins, a injury forfeit.
Yep, 3 pins, an injury forfeit, and a win by decision.
Should probably be writing this down, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. Usually my memory is good enough. We pinned at 113. We got the injury default at 120. We pinned at 126. We got a forfeit at 138. Devon Grayson won by decision at 144. Luke Pember won by fall at 150. And we got Walker Ferguson with a 6-0 lead out there at 157 pounds right now.
So, again, great start for the Menomonie Mustangs here. Is this the only duel they'll have against North then for the season?
Yep. In wrestling, you wrestle each team in the conference one time. And then we will see them again at regionals. A lot of our regional is comprised of mostly Big River Conference schools. The only one that's not is Regis Altoona. They crept up in Division I this year with growing enrollment at Altoona.
So how many divisions are there in wrestling?
There are 3, and
okay.
So we've always been Division I, which is the largest schools, and that's right where we want to be. We want to compete against the best year in and year out. Nice takedown for Ferguson. He's got a cross wrist tilt going here, so he'll pick up 2 more there. He didn't get 5 swipes from the ref. He only got 4. If you get 5, you get 3 points. If you get 3 or 4, you get 2 points.
And then you're talking about near fall there?
Near fall, yep. Mm-hmm.
So there's the 2 he just signaled like you mentioned.
10-0. Ferguson's going to let him up here.
Oh, he did give him the escape, and then took him right back into his takedown mode.
Yeah, this is something Coach Lubeck's been working on in practice. When you get on a roll, sometimes, just putting them back on their feet like we talked about before, tiring them out physically and mentally too. It's just, it's a hard thing to withstand.
So Walker Ferguson, a commanding 12-2 lead, and both of those points were escapes that he gave.
Yeah, the takedown let him up game, I would kind of compare it to maybe like being really aggressive on defense, sending blitzes in football,
Sure.
Where you're just on them all the time, and that can be a hard thing to respond to.
Or rapid fire fastballs as a pitcher.
There you go. Yeah,
we're not going to mess around with that. Don't mess with the curveball, Ricky.
That's
Throw
right.
him the heater.
That's right. Yeah, you got him going. He can't catch up to it. Just keep sending it. Don't give him a lot of time to think. So 14-2 Ferguson after the second period.
All right, so up by 12. Gets up to by 15, and that's where you get the major decision?
That's the technical foul.
Or the technical foul, that's
yep.
right.
Right now he's got a major decision in hand, which would be 4. And if he gets up to 15, if he gets up to a 15-point lead, the match will end, and that'll be a 5 points for the Mustangs. Ferguson up off the bottom. There he steps over, so he's got a reversal, and he's got him in danger here, so he's getting near fall points. So this match is either going to end in a technical fall or a pin. And the wrestler got back to his belly, so that is going to end in a technical fall. 5 more points for the Mustangs. Ferguson 19-2.
So a question for you, Grant. If the whole duel was reliant on getting 6 points there, would it still end on a technical foul?
Yes. Anytime Anytime you get up by 15, the match is over. So in that scenario, Walker had him on his back, and you have the opportunity to pin him. But if the wrestler comes out of position where he's no longer would be in getting near fall against them, then the match is over.
I see.
So you're getting at a really good point, and we talk about with the kids quite a bit, is the importance of, we call them bonus points. So a major decision is a bonus point because you get 4 instead of 3. A technical falls 2 bonus points, and a pin is 3. So, you know, in that situation, in a close duel, there would be a major sense of urgency to get the pin there and not let them off. Being the situation that we're in here, not as critical, but we definitely, when we put people on their back, we definitely want to try to finish the match.
Looks like we have the older Pember brother here.
Yeah, 165 pounds, Ray Pember, a junior, and he's taking on a senior from Eau Claire North, Taylor Frederick. Looks like Frederick moved down a weight class here. He is one of their better wrestlers. Him and Berg have been sectional qualifiers in the past, so this should be a good challenge for Ray. Ray Pember's been putting together a nice season. I think he's recorded something like 13-3. He was 3rd at the Northern Badger, which was a really good showing for him. His only loss was to Wasley from St. Croix Central, who was a state finalist last year and is ranked number 1.
Okay.
So Ray is a really good all-around athlete and a very good wrestler. There's a takedown for Pember.
He's so strong, and boy, he had a great football season playing safety for the Mustangs.
Yeah, we really love our multi-sport athletes here. You know,
that's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I was one in my day, and getting to work with these kids, it just brings back a lot of great memories. And I think being that multi-sport athlete, you know, maybe there's certain times when specialization's a good thing, but most of the time I think you should just get out there and compete in a lot of different stuff, and you're going to get better.
Well, we talked about it with Aaron Howard and Easton Anderson on the baseball field, and you know, Chad and I do a lot of the basketball games, and most of those guys are playing multiple sports. You know, whether you're talking about Isaac Ellison or Brody Thornton, my son AJ, you know, he's doing multiple sports, and it's good. It's a good experience for these kids.
Yeah. So we're going to close out the first period here with Ray Pember with a 2-0 lead over Taylor Frederick from Eau Claire North.
Frederick did a good job, you know, just kind of hanging in there, not putting himself in a position where Ray could, you know, really get him on his back.
Yeah, Frederick's a quality wrestler. Like I said, he's been a sectional qualifier in the past. I believe his record this year is something like 19-5, so he's been putting together a really nice season, and he's been wrestling up at 175 pounds from what I've seen in the results. So he's down a weight class here, which means he's going to be closer to being able to match Pember's strength and power.
Well, he's a senior. He's experienced, you know, so I'm sure he's seen a lot of different wrestling moves, and he's been in a lot of different situations.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it easy on Ray. So good start to the second period by Pember. He did have him in a nice cross wrist tilt there that he went out of bounds, or else he would have been scoring near fall.
So Ray Pember still leading 2-0. A minute 40 left here in the second period.
And this is one of Ray's best positions, is in the top position. He's a very good rider, understands how to control the wrists and work that into turns. So he just needs to go to work here. He's got plenty of time. There's a stalling warning on Frederick. Pember's got that arm across the back, and that's what he's trying to do. That can lead to a lot of different pinning combinations. But he's got to take a little bit more spunk out of Frederick before he's going to be able to do it, which, when you hold somebody down like that and put all your weight on them, that definitely drains their gas tank. So if he just keeps the pressure on here, things will open up for him.
Doesn't seem to be quite as long as his brother Luke, but boy, is he strong.
Yeah, they got a little bit different builds to him, that's for sure. But yeah, you grab a hold of Ray in the practice room, and you can just feel the power for a 165-pound kid. He's got some strength.
So they gave him a point for stalling, huh?
Yep, another call for stalling against Frederick, and now 3-0.
Kind of a slow 3-0, but you know, Ray's been in control. But again, Frederick's done a nice job just hanging in there, and he's doing everything he can to try to prolong this match, and probably trying to wait for Ray to make a mistake, I would assume.
That's right. Pember got him on his back, though, there with the bar arm. It's going to probably – nice work by Pember to keep him on his back.
He's going to get 3 near fall on this at least.
Yep. Might be hard to pin him from here, but –
yeah, only 12 seconds left in the period, too.
Yep, so we'll go up 6-0. Nice work by Ray Pember on top in the second period. That's a Eau Claire North picked down, thinking that they were going to be able to escape and make the match 2-1, and instead it's 6-0 now. So.
Oh, Ray's going to pick bottom here. What's the strategy there?
Yeah, I think in general in a wrestling match, if it's your choice, the coaches are usually going to want you to go down because you should be able to get away. In theory, that should be I don't know if easy is the right term, but it should be a point you can count on.
Okay.
Let's say, and so Ray's going to work to get away here, get back to his feet. Frederick's putting a nice ride on him, so he's not going to make it easy. Ray's doing a good job of scooping that leg. He's going to have Frederick in trouble here. Frederick's way too high. His hips are on the mat. Ray's going to come out with at least a reversal here, and he's probably going to put Frederick on his back. Yep,
oh boy.
There we go. 2 points on the reversal, and now we're collecting some more near fall.
So 1:23 to go here, third period. Ray Pember looking to get the pin here for the Mustangs.
He's sitting on 3 near fall points. You can see the ref holding out those 3 fingers. So he's going to have an 11-0 lead if he doesn't pin him, which that's getting really close there.
I don't think Frederick's going to be able to hold off for a whole nother minute.
Yeah, that's a lot of time to fight off your back, especially in a tight headlock and Ray Pember squeezing on you.
Oh, he's got him now.
There it is. 6 points for the Mustangs.
Do you see biceps there on Ray Pember? He put that last squeeze on, and there's no way Frederick could have been breathing.
No, that's not. It's too little too late at that point when it gets that tight and you start seeing the veins pop out of Pember's arms when he's squeezing on you. It's only a matter of time.
So that Mustang pin sponsored by Edward Jones. 4th pin of the night now?
Yep.
Boy.
We're on a roll here. Next up for the Mustangs, another one of our seniors, great all-around athlete, Steele Schaefer. And he's going to be taking on a junior from Eau Claire North, Tori Epps.
So Mustangs now leading the duel 44-6.
Yep, that's right.
Pretty commanding.
Yep. Should basically have the duel locked up by now.
How many matches are there in a duel?
14 matches total.
Okay.
And we started at 113 with Brayton Casey, so the last match of the night, or last match of this duel, will be the other Casey brother at 106 pounds, Bailey. And in between Steele and Bailey, we've got some quality wrestlers, so still quite a bit to look forward to in this duel meet.
So was it 84 points you could possibly score?
Yeah, 84 is the maximum. Yep,
Okay.
84-0 is the maximum. Shot by Schaefer. That's what we want to see out of Steele, is good activity on his feet. He is such a good athlete that when he gets things moving and going, it's really, really hard for opponents to keep up with him.
So if you're at 44, you can't lose the duel then, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You clinched it at that point.
Okay.
Yep, and nothing against Eau Claire North, but this is definitely a duel we expected to dominate. And I mean, I think we've got a very good chance to win the remaining matches here too.
Well, there's a big difference between being expected to dominate and actually getting the job done.
That's
and,
right.
There have been a couple of these matches that could have gone the other way.
That's right.
But the Menomonie wrestlers have gotten the job done.
Yep, Coach Lubeck has, he's brought a lot of that Division I college training mentality to the high school level here in Menomonie, and I really believe that's why it's a big part of the reason why we're seeing the success that we're having. I mean, these guys condition like college athletes. They're really training hard right now, and they're all bought into that concept of the harder I work, the more I embrace the grind of the season, the better I'm going to be at the end, and that's really the truth of it all.
Well, you had hard workers, and then when you put that kind of athletic talent and that kind of competitive spirit, you put all those things together and you get a pretty darn good result, and that's what we're seeing so far tonight.
Nice takedown here by Schaefer. Had to scramble a little bit to secure it, but that'll give him a 2-0 lead here with time ticking down in the first period. Did Steele end up being an all-state football player for us this year, or was he all-region? I know he was all-region, I want to say, but.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what I think he did have some all-state recognition. I'm not sure that it was first team, but yeah, he had a terrific season, no doubt about it. No matter what game it was, he was one of the best football players in the field on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, he was hardly ever got a break and made a lot of plays. I know that.
Yep.
There's an escape for him. Steele's just such a great person too. I mean, I was talking to him earlier today. He said he's got some visits to Michigan Tech and Sioux Falls, so Division II football schools, and any team that gets him is going to really just have a nice addition to the locker room, if nothing else. He's a great person, great leader, great athlete.
So Steele's letting them up there, so that'll move the score to 5-1. Minute 30 to go in the second period. Second period, right?
Yep, second period.
Boy, I don't know how you're going to do this all night. It starts to blend together after a while.
It does. I'll do my best, and there's a chance I'll make a mistake or two, but hopefully I don't get busted too bad by the fans.
What did Bob Uecker say in Major League? No one's listening anyway.
That's right. You just keep talking. Eventually they'll forget about it.
No, I really enjoyed listening to you last year. That I think it was the Whitetail Classic or something, and that was about a 6-hour deal.
Oh, yeah, that's a long
You were
run.
a little punchy by the end, but it was still real good to listen to.
Yeah, we have lots of fun doing this. I'm glad we have the ability to get it out to the people. So Schaefer takes a 7-1 lead, and he's going to let Epps go here again. So it's 7-2. Steele's going to be back on his feet looking for another leg attack. Shot by Epps. Defended well by Schaefer. Let's see if he can get around behind for the tail. Ooh, there we go. Threw him to his back and a cow catcher there. He's got this pretty tight. 25 seconds to put him away.
Good effort there by the North wrestler trying to move around and find some leverage, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, credit to Coach Rebhan for the Huskies. He has these kids fighting. And so he's filled the lineup. He's gotten the numbers out. He's got these kids fighting, and they are having pretty good results so far this year, but we're just kind of on another level this season.
It's been good sportsmanship, too, and that can't be easy. You're facing mano a mano, and you're really squeezing guys, and it's got to be sometimes challenging to keep that decent sportsmanship. But, both teams, they're competing hard, hard as they can, but they're keeping it pretty clean and doing a nice job.
Yep. You got to control your emotions in the heat of battle, and that is something we have to remind our guys of sometimes. And
well, it's a growing experience, just like everything else in school. These boys are growing into young men, and sports is one of the many ways that they'll get some experience and dealing with issues.
Absolutely. I give my time in athletics a ton of credit, along with the academics, for helping me become the man I am today. And there's a point for Schaefer, so he goes up 13-2. Nice double leg right back on him. Epps with a little counter there, but made it interesting.
Steele just rolled right through it.
Yep, good feel by Schaefer. That's exactly what you need to do when somebody does that. Epps is scrappy though. He's not giving up here, down 13 points. He's going to battle to the final whistle. So Schaefer will start on top. He's gonna release him here. So it'll be 15-3. If he gets 2 more takedowns, he can end it in a technical foul.
Stands are starting to fill up pretty good. This is going to be a good crowd here tonight.
Yeah, it should be fun. Both New Richmond and Chippewa Falls have some quality wrestlers, and like I said before, in our regional, most of the teams in our regional are from the Big Rivers Conference, and so getting head-to-head wins tonight against some of the better wrestlers from Chippewa and New Richmond are going to be key for seeding at regionals.
Oh, Steele's got him in a tough spot now.
So it's either going to end in a tech fall or a pin, and he got the pin, so we get that 6 points, and it's 50-6.
That Mustangs pin sponsored by Edward Jones. And, boy, we've been saying that a lot tonight.
That's right. Edwards Jones getting their money's worth tonight with the Mustangs, and hopefully we can continue that here. Next up, at 190 pounds, we've got a junior, Ben Helminski, for the Mustangs. And for the Eau Claire North Huskies, we've got a junior, Colin Robedek.
So junior against junior, huh?
Junior on junior, yep. Ben has been doing putting together a really nice season here. He had to make his way down to 190 pounds after the football season, but he did a really good job managing his diet and his weight, and went 4-2 down at the Clash National Duels last weekend, which he had some really nice wins over quality opponents. So,
was that in lacrosse?
That was in lacrosse at the Lacrosse Center. Yep, it was great atmosphere, great competition.
Oh, I bet that place was rocking.
It was very fun. Well, Minsky takes him off the mat and gets a stalling call right away here, 20 seconds in.
They're going to put that on the scoreboard?
Well, that was the first warning. So.
Oh, it was a warning. Okay.
Yep. So next time it'll be a point for Helminski.
I gotcha.
Yeah, we've definitely got a ref tonight that's not going to be afraid to call stalling, and we're an aggressive team, so that should actually work into our favor. Nice single leg by Helminski on the edge of the mat. Needs to stay in to finish. Good job by Ben Helminski. 2 points on the takedown.
That was a real takedown. He actually hit the mat.
Yep.
Sometimes it's just a positioning thing with the takedowns, but that was a takedown.
Ben's a pretty powerful kid, and when he gets into like a bear hug position, he can take people for a ride. Oh, there's a cradle locked up tight.
Oh, he's squeezing him. Look at this.
He's got him in deep trouble here. It should just be a matter of time. There it is. Nice pin by Helminski. That'll make the Mustangs lead 50 at 56-6.
Another pin for the Mustangs. All pins sponsored by Edward Jones. And that's been a good sponsorship.
That's right.
That's right. 7th pin, I think?
Yeah, I think we're up to 7 now.
Wow.
Next up here for the Mustangs is a sophomore, Bryce Shepard. And he'll be taking on a senior from Eau Claire North, Danny Bowman. This should be a pretty good match. Bowman's had some success this season. And Shepard's just a sophomore, but he was a state qualifier as a freshman last year at 182 pounds, which is basically unheard of for freshmen to qualify at that heavy of a weight class. But Bryce is a kid who's put his time in through the years. He's been with us all the way through the youth program, and really going to have a bright future here for the Mustangs.
Boy, both these guys are pretty quick on their feet. They're bigger guys, but they can really move.
Yeah, 2 athletic 215-pounders, and that's something you don't always see at this weight class. But, well, Bryce was a starter on the football team and the offensive line as a freshman, and again as a sophomore. And as Bowman, just looking at his results throughout the year, he's had some nice wins. So it should be a good battle.
Sometimes you see the 215-pounders, they're a little top-heavy.
Yep.
These guys are not top-heavy,
Yep.
And that's what you want in a good offensive guard on the line. And I would imagine for wrestling, it's also a positive thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you want to have that big lower body that where you put your time in the weight room on the squat rack and the power cleans, and Bryce has definitely done that. Secures the 2-point takedown on Bowman to take an early lead here. Draping over the top, reaching for that cradle, which looks like he's got it locked.
53 seconds to go in the period. He still has time.
This is one of those tricky situations where Shepard needs to be patient and make sure his grip's tight and slowly work him to his back, or else he can end up in trouble. There it is. He's going to get some near fall on the edge of the mat.
37 seconds to go. See if he can get that pin.
Bowman doing a good job fighting. He's not going to go away easy, but Shepard's got a good tight grip there. Just needs to reposition himself. Oh, Bowman breaks the grip, but Shepard's going to pick up 3 near fall there and go up 5-0.
Good start for the sophomore from Menomonie, Bryce Shepard.
You bet.
So 21 seconds, what's the plan here? What do you think Bryce is thinking right now?
Normally, we would want to keep him down, but it looks like Bryce wants to work on a short time attack on his feet, so he let him up. He needs to get going here, though, if he's going to hit that strategy. Kind of attempted a headlock. And Bowman, good scramble by Shepard.
Got that arm in there, huh?
Yeah, he narrowly avoided a takedown. So letting him up with 21 seconds like that, I would say if you didn't have a 5-point lead in the first period, probably not a great strategy, but we do at times want to just get work in specific situations.
Sure.
And what I would call that situation is short time attack. So let's say the match would be tied. Let's say it's sectionals or an important match and it's tied and you only have 20 seconds left and you need to be able to score.
Sure. This
is a live action opportunity to go after those short time attacks, which he was unsuccessful in getting, but good to work on it during the regular season.
Well, he did a good job not giving up the takedown at the end there. He kind of hooked him with his arm as Bowman was trying to get control.
Yeah, that could have really backfired on him. So there's going to be the stall. Now he's changed it around. That should be 1. I believe that might be they may have missed that because they.
Did he call that one on Bowman again?
They called it on Bowman because he did not return him to the mat once Shepard got to his feet. He kind of just stood behind him and wasted time. I believe that they had a stalling warning right at the beginning of the match.
That's what I thought
too. That probably should be 6-1. Shepard trying to work his way up here. Bowman doing a good job slowing him down. Oh, there's a nice powerful lift and return to the mat. Shepard does a good job getting to his belly.
See, Bryce kind of went down on his shoulder there. No ill effects. He did have some shoulder problems a while back.
Yeah, last year
how's
he
his health
fought.
been doing this year?
Good. Last year he wrestled through a shoulder injury that required surgery, but he did a great job rehabbing it, and he was 100% ready during football, and he stayed healthy so far this year. So that's what we're hoping it stays that way. 2-point reversal for Shepard to go up 7-1. Gets a little bit high and gives up a reversal to Bowman. So now it's 7-3.
38 seconds to go in the period. Bryce Shepard looking to keep the streak alive here for the Mustangs. Now Bryce got a warning, huh?
Yep, warned for stalling because he's kind of down there flat, not doing much. We need to have a little bit more activity if we're Shepard. Bowman working hard to try to pull that wrist out. Shepard doing a good job blocking it. Now he gets up to his knees.
Bowman's kind of got him hooked there in the elbow.
Yep, running an arm bar, and Shepard comes up to his feet. That's good. He's got to be careful not to get lifted here again. Time. All right, 7-4 going into the third period.
We got ourselves a pretty good match here. Bryce Shepard, the sophomore for Menomonie, against Danny Bowman, the senior for Eau Claire North. Shepard leading 7-4, 1 period to go.
Yep.
Guy's got to be a little tired, I would think.
Yeah, this is, especially as the bigger guys, a lot of times conditioning can be a battle, and this is where you find out what you're made of with 2 minutes left in the third period in a close match. Shepard does a good job stopping Bowman's start on the bottom. Using his weight good here to control the match.
A lot of instruction coming from the North coach there.
Yep, they feel like they're in one here, so I'm sure he wants to try to cash in if he can and pull an upset over a returning state qualifier. Shepard's pretty savvy. I mean, for a sophomore, he's got a lot of mat time under his belt through the youth and middle school years, and he knows how to win when it counts, and he's putting a really nice controlled ride on him here. And like we said before, run the ball, ride him out. I mean, just stay in a safe position here where you're not going to be giving up points. Uh-oh. Get off your hip. There we go.
So Bryce Shepard still leading 7-4, 1:05 to go in the match. What's that, stalling?
Stalling on Shepard, so they're going to give Bowman a point here on that. So now it's 7-5. So the gap closes, and if Bowman's able to get away and take him down, then it becomes he's going to take the lead. So
looks like he's going to let him go.
Shepard's just going to wrestle on his feet. He's feeling confident there. So it's going to come down to this. 1:03 left. If Bowman can get a takedown, he takes the lead. Shepard needs to be careful as far as being too passive because he has been warned for stalling. There we go. Shot by Bowman, counter by Shepard. 2 points for Shepard.
Oh, look at that strength. Wow, the sophomore Shepard just grabbing him and pulling him back. That was just endurance and strength.
Yeah, thanks to Coach Jacobson in the weight room on that one, I think.
I think you're right. Now here comes some near fall points. I think Bowman probably knows that his time's about up.
Yep, that was a key situation for Shepard to win the battle on, and that's why you show up to the weight room in the morning.
Boy, razor thin edge though in terms of which way that match could have gone.
Yep, now Shepard, hey, there we go. Finishes it with a pin. And that's sometimes what happens. You can see Bowman just looks exhausted down there. And after that last takedown, in wrestling we talk about it, you never want to break mentally. And I think I saw that a little bit in Bowman. He battled super hard throughout the entire match, and the straw that broke the camel's back was that last takedown for Shepard. And mentally, Bowman didn't respond to that the greatest, and Bryce Shepard was 6 more.
Well, I think he gave Bryce Shepard, Danny Bowman for North, gave Bryce Shepard his best move, and when Bryce was able to counter it, I think that pretty much broke him. So
that's right.
Another pin for the Mustangs. All pins sponsored by Edward Jones. Pin number 8 in the match. And this is the heavyweight here, isn't it?
This is the heavy Chevy. We even got a Kai Chevy Town logo up here for the heavy Chevy, Andrew Schaefer. And he has taken on a junior from Eau Claire North, Noah Pennegar. These two have gone back and forth throughout the last couple seasons. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time they've wrestled in the last 2 seasons. And this Penninger from North is a tough kid. He's kind of the opposite of Andrew Schaefer in the sense that he's a smaller heavyweight, but he's very athletic, quick, and he's given Andrew some really good matches. Andrew's come out on top each time, but they have been well fought battles. So we'll see what Schaefer can do with him this time.
Andrew Schaefer from Menomonie, just so wide. You look across his back, and how anybody could reach around that, I don't know.
And at heavyweight, the maximum you can be is 285 pounds, and Andrew uses all 285 of those pounds. So, and you know, he's a kid too that you can just tell he's really put his time into the weight room, and he's really built his body through the years. Nice shot by Penninger, got in on him, and there's a takedown for the Eau Claire North Husky. Nice double leg. He's got Schaefer in some trouble here.
Andrew really trying to squirm out of it.
Yep, this is not good for Andrew Schaefer. He's got to keep working there.
Still 53 seconds to go in the period.
Yep, this is tough when you're a big guy and another big guy's on you. This is one of the hardest things to do. A heavyweight get off his back. Let's see what Schaefer can make happen here. And there's the pin. There's an upset for the Eau Claire North Huskies.
Wow.
Nice job by Noah Penninger. Got a little payback. Schaefer pinned him earlier in the year, and Penninger got him this time. So that closes it to 62-12.
Well, that's why you wrestle the matches.
That's right. That's right. Just because you beat him before is no guarantee that you'll beat him again. And that is one thing Andrew needs to work on, is when he's got a quick opponent that can attack his legs, we just need to respond a little bit quicker to those leg attacks. But always something to work on. We've got plenty of time left in the season, and goals are still in front of him.
Well, and he'll be back out there tonight. That's one of the nice things about an event like this. You're not one and done and have to think about it for 3 days.
That's right, and I don't know that I'd want to be the new Richmond Tiger heavyweight after that angry grizzly bear grabs a hold of you. So last match of the duel against Eau Claire North at 106 pounds. We have Brayton Casey, a sophomore from Menomonie, and he's taking on a freshman from Eau Claire North, Macron Mantle. Casey digging into those underhooks. He's got the 2-point takedown, and he's going to have Mantle in trouble here. Oh, there he goes. This is going to get real tight real fast. Yep.
So quick.
Bailey is the younger brother of Brayton and is putting together a really nice season. He was third at sectionals last year, one match away from making the state tournament as a freshman, and you can just see the hunger in his eyes in the practice room about wanting to get down to Madison this year, make it happen.
So strange seeing the lightweights like this, 106 wrestling after the heavyweights.
Yeah, there's a fall, another pin for Bailey Casey, and that'll end the duel, 68-12. So one more pin for Edward Jones here, and that wraps things up in the first dual meet of the night. Final score for the Mustangs, 68-12. Another nice Big Rivers Conference win, on our way to a conference championship, hopefully.
So Grant, that's the first duel of the evening. There's going to be two more, one against New Richmond, one against Chippewa Falls. What kind of schedule are we looking at? Probably about a 10-15 minute break, something like that?
Yeah, it was scheduled. Actually, the duel with Eau Claire, New Richmond, was scheduled to start at 6. So we'll see. It's about 5:15. We'll see if they want to end up starting that early or not. But then after that, then we'll roll right into there'll be a 10 to 15 minute break, and then we'll roll right into the duel at Chippewa Falls. So.
Well, very good. So let's take a couple minutes here from our sponsors. I'm going to be signing off because I'm going to be heading to the middle school to do a referendum presentation. But Grant, again, thank you for all your work. Thank you for sponsoring the Mustangs wrestling program, and I'll look forward to watching the rest of this when I'm done with my referendum presentation.
Sounds great. Thanks for joining me.
My pleasure. So you are watching Menomonie Mustangs Wrestling on Mustangs TV.
Be wise, seek eyes for the best buys. Huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, including Camaros, Corvettes, and the best selection of Silverados in western Wisconsin. Our award-winning team offers the best customer service and certified technicians. Check out the all-new ChevyTownUSA.com and look for BY's pricing on the entire inventory. Find new roads and take the short drive to I-94 and Highway 25 in Menomonie or anytime at ChevyTownUSA.com. BY's Seek Eyes for the best buys. Huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, including Camaros, Corvettes, and the best selection of Silverados in western Wisconsin. Our award-winning team offers the best customer service and certified technicians. Check out the all-new ChevyTownUSA.com and look for BY's pricing on the entire inventory. Find new roads and take the short drive to I-94 and Highway 25 in Menomonie or anytime at ChevyTownUSA.com.
All right, we're back here with the next round of wrestling about to start. I'm Grant Peisig, for those of you who are just joining. And I got my dad, Jeff Peisig, here next to me for this round, breaking in on his color commentary career. So
we'll see how that goes.
All right, so Menomonie dominated Eau Claire North to start the night. Won 62-12, if I'm remembering right. Now we roll into wrestling the New Richmond Tigers. Should be a good battle here. New Richmond's got some quality wrestlers, good numbers. I don't think there's going to be any forfeits in this duel. The captains were just out, so we should be starting any time now. New Richmond comes back this year with 2 returning state place winners, 2 juniors, Carter Sturba and Luke Kamish. On the roster here that we have in front of us, they have them listed at 132 and 138, but Sturba has been wrestling down at 126 here over the past month, and Kamish has been out with an injury, so it'll be interesting to see if he's back tonight. We're going to start things off at 120 pounds. Aiden Ari is the normal starter for Menomonie at that weight class, but tonight he's sitting out, getting a little bit of well-deserved rest after going 6-0 at the Clash last weekend. And so we've got Dan Hansen out there, a junior. He won his first match against Eau Claire North. Dan is a first-year wrestler as a junior, but he's been catching on fast. Strong, powerful kid for his weight, so we'll see what he's got.
He did a nice job in the last match against Eau Claire North, so made good progress for a first-year kid.
Okay, and Hansen will get a sophomore from New Richmond, Gavin Zajac. Yes, Dan's right in on a shot right away. He's an aggressive kid. Quick takedown for the first-year wrestler. He's kind of one of those kids you can see in the room. He's kind of only got one gear. He just opens it up and lets it rip. And when you're brand new to the sport, that's one way to do it. I mean, you might as well get out there and let it fire away. You can tell he's just really, really strong. First day of practice, his first wrestling practice ever, we do part of the warm-up, you do a cartwheel to a round-off, and then the kids who can do it hit a standing backflip, and he just makes that look super easy. So he's definitely really strong for his size, and you can see that in his wrestling. He can just really control people with his grip and his strength. And back up to his feet here, up 2-1, firing right back in on another shot. Oop, good re-attack by Zajac. Nice sprawl by Dan Hansen here.
Got his hips back nice there.
Yeah, he did. Fought that off nice. A little bit of inexperience. That's a little bit of just wrestling, a little barnyard technique there, but he's strong and he makes stuff work. Zajac with the takedown to go up 3-2. Like to thank our sponsor that we have in the bottom right corner of the screen, Seal King. Maya Casey, he's the father of Brayton and Bailey Casey, 2 of our varsity wrestlers. Any of your asphalt needs, look up Seal King and call Maya. Zajac with a wrist ride here. Slipped a bar. Hansen's got to be careful here not to get turned. 15 seconds left in the period. Up to his feet. An escape would be huge here. And he... Ooh, out of bounds. Didn't get it. That was close. They could have definitely awarded that, but chose not to. And borderline call, and can't complain too much about it. Just could have gone either way there. Hansen gets a fresh start here with 10 seconds left in the period, down 3-2. Caution. Zajac with the false start there. You get 2 warnings on cautions, and the third one's a point for the opponent. Down under 5 seconds here. It looks like Zajak's going to get the ride out, and the period is going to end with Zajac with a 3-2 lead over Hansen. Hansen defers in the second. Zajac's going to pick down. And the ref is going to call a caution on Hansen. Probably had his hand a little too deep in there. Thank you. Got to have your hand on the belly button to start. You can't have it over to that hip. Quick start with a sit out by Zajac. Hansen follows well and got dinged for locked hands there. It's just some inexperience probably. For those of you new to the sport, if you are on top, you cannot lock your hands when your opponent is still on their knee starting from the bottom. Head coach Rylan Lubeck tells Hansen to start with the optional start on top here. And he's confused on how to execute that. Yeah, a little bit of inexperience showing up, but Hansen's a competitor. He will continue to battle here. Optional start. Ends up not letting him go. Zajac up to his feet. Hansen returns. Gets hit for locked hands again. Needs to release that grip when he takes his opponent back to the mat. Those are some of the little things about the sport that are hard to catch on in 2 months.
You know, because you can do it when you're on your feet. So there where he was on his feet and came down, he's got to remember just to, when he contacts the mat, you got to let go. But
yeah,
and sometimes it can happen just from switching hands, and you know, where you might overlap the one as you're gripping that wrist and as you come back, but if the ref catches you doing that, you're going to get dinged for that.
So he's down 5-2. Looks like we got a little bit of blood time here for Hansen. So a little chance to go to the corner there, get some quick coaching from Colton Bram and Rylan Lubeck. Probably talking a little bit about unlocking your hands when you return somebody to the mat, if I would imagine. Well, we have some time here. I'm just going to run through a list of some of our wrestling club sponsors. We really appreciate your support, and you know, it's a key component to making our program successful. So American Structural Materials, Cardinal Glass, Hayden Plumbing, Bill's Distributing, Lubeck's Bakery, National Guard. We're going to start again here now. Hansen's got the blood stopped. He's starting with the optional start. Lets his opponent go, so Zajac will take a 6-2 lead, and now Hansen can get back to work on his feet. Nice shot by Zajac on the sweep single, but Hansen fights it off. Shot off the whistle. Stretched out a bit, but he builds himself up, and that's where you can just see the strength here. He's got him up. He's got to be careful taking him. No takedown yet. Still no takedown. Nice scramble by Zajac. Zajac goes to that crackdown and is going to get his 2 here. Dang, that was a really, really nice recovery on that leg attack by Hansen, and had him in danger, but just didn't quite finish. So he's down 8-2. Zajac going to work on top. First match of the duel here with New Richmond. 120 pounds. Got to get my scoreboard cleared out. Oh, Zajac putting Hansen in danger, collecting some near fall here. Hansen with a good bridge. He's coming through. Zajac just too near fall there. So Zajac will take a 10-2 lead going into the third period. Hansen readjusting the headgear here. A little help from the corner to get it strapped up tight, and Hansen's going to go both up, down 10-2 going into the third period. Hand fighting here, battling for position. Zajac with that Russian, and he's just doing a good job controlling the mat. Hansen circles on the edge just like you should. Ooh, Zajac in on a leg. Let's see if Hansen can defend here. Oh, drop. Not a takedown yet. Zajac looking to half. There's the two. He's looking to take Hansen over to his back. Nice work by Hansen to get out of danger and not give up any near falls. Zajac extends his lead to 12-2. Under a minute left in the third period. Zajac controlling him with an arm bar, running it around Hansen's head here. No near fall yet, but it's getting close. Now the referee, Thane Anchuk, begins to swipe. Zajac's going to pick up 3 more near fall here. And the pin for the Richmond Tigers. So the Tigers jump out to a 6-0 lead after a pin by Gavin Zajac at 120 pounds.
Just a little difference in experience there. You could see that. Just mat time.
Yep.
The Richmond kid, I'm sure you can just tell he's had a little more years of wrestling, versus.
Yep. Yeah, Dan, he shows good promise for a first-year wrestler, but there was just a couple technical errors that he made there, and you're right. The New Richmond kid has a little more mat savvy, a little bit more mat time. So let's listen in here. Let's see if we're going to get the matchup that I'm hoping we're going to get here. For Menomonie, we got a freshman, Aaron Howard, coming out. Yes, we're going to get the matchup that we wanted. Aaron Howard, a freshman from Menomonie, taking on a junior, a returning state place winner from New Richmond, Carter Sturba. Sturber was second in the sectional behind Brayton Casey last year at 113 pounds, and then got down to Madison and ended up placing 6th. So Howard from Menomonie has been having a great freshman year, and this is one of those battles that we're likely to see again in February at regionals and sectionals, with maybe a trip to the state tournament on the line. So this will be a good preview of that. Feeling each other out here in the first minute. Aaron Howard has wrestled an incredibly tough schedule to date. Multiple ranked opponents from Wisconsin and Minnesota. And Illinois. Lost the match to the Illinois state runner-up from last year in the first match at the Clash last weekend. Competed well, though, and has hung in those matches with those top-level kids, which is a great sign as a freshman. Wouldn't you say, Dad, that that's been one of the keys in our program? If you have a freshman that can step in right away and compete with returning state qualifier, returning state place winner level kids, that's usually a great sign for their future?
Oh, yeah. I think of all of our state champions and state place winners that we have, they were that caliber of kid, and
And he steals a takedown on the edge from Sturba. Nice, goes up 2-0.
Nice job. Nice job.
Aaron's been really, really tough in those scramble positions when people have been in on his legs this year. He is very flexible. He's really long. He's got to be getting close to 6 feet tall here, wrestling 126 pounds. And great way to take a lead on the returning state place winner from New Richmond.
Nice to be able to get the ride out here. And
yeah, it looks like he's going to. Got him broke flat, and he's going to take a 2-0 lead into the second period. Nice start for Aaron Howard.
seen that wrist ride before.
Yeah, his dad, Nick Howard, kind of patented that inside wrist and skin, and Aaron has picked up on that quite well.
Yeah.
A little skinnier than Nick, but it looks a lot the same other than that probably, huh?
Especially now. A few years out of wrestling, Nick is. So.
Yeah, it's hard to stay in tip-top shape. So Howard will start down, Sturba on top. Howard up to his feet. Nice return by Sturba. That's where that added horsepower of a couple years. This is a lot of times where you see the freshmen against the upperclassmen struggle a little bit, getting off the bottom against an older, stronger opponent that knows what he's doing. But Howard's in flexible shoulders there, good thing.
Good tough half by Sturba.
You typically don't see Aaron Howard get turned real easy, and he's battling his way out of that half Nelson, and he might have a chance to sneak out the back door here. Sturba's hanging on to what could become an Evan Peisig Okie choke. Oh, and just, it was like the double Okie choke. He didn't quite have it right, but enough to keep Howard down. Sturba putting a tough ride on the freshman Howard here. Working our way to the edge of the mat and potentially dangerous. That's where those flexible shoulders sometimes come in handy.
Yeah.
The ref can't stand looking at you getting bent around like that anymore, and he gives you a fresh start. 46 seconds left in the second. Really, really big here for Howard to pick up at least one to extend his lead to make it a two-score match. Sturba does a good job stopping his start again. Howard to the sit, now up to his feet. Let's see if that return happens again. Scramble position, oop. Down to 30 seconds.
Nice action by Howard. He's keeping his movement going, staying in good shape, or good position. Fresh
start with 27 seconds. Avoiding the ride out here and getting that escape point to make your lead 3-0 goes a long ways. But Sturba's a state place winner for a reason, and he's not going to make it easy. Oh, Howard to the start here. He should be out. There it is. 20 seconds left in the second period. Howard extends his lead to 3-0, and I love seeing that. He comes right back on the attack. He's right out of there, and he doesn't stand around and wait. He was the aggressor firing in on a leg attack there. That's what we want to see. 3-0 lead, 12 seconds left in the second period. Sturba dives in on a shot. Howard in a scramble here. He stole the last one in this position. Can he do it again? Time, nothing given up though. Holds on to that 3-0 lead. Going into the third period, Sturba will choose. And I'm sure he'll be picking down. Howard getting that escape at the end of the second and making this a two-score match is huge. Nice stand up off the whistle by Sturba. Howard needs to work to return him, and he can't. So 3-1. The freshman with the lead over the returning state qualifier from New Richmond. But a lot of time left here. Way to take the action to him, Aaron Howard, and that looks like a takedown on the edge.
Nice
the freshman, Howard, nice attack. And that's why you don't sit on a lead.
Yeah, he's definitely not doing that. You can see he really took the action to him, and I think he kind of caught him by surprise that I don't think he was expecting that to come out of Howard.
Like they say, the best defense is a good offense sometimes, and that's exactly what Howard did. Escape by Sturba, 5-2. Now Sturba fires back in. Nice transition shot there after the escape. Just like your coach should do. But this is where Howard's just tough. Super flexible in his hamstrings and his hips. Drops into a splits there. He's been just extremely hard to score on in these positions this year. He's got Sturba's ankles, and until Sturba can clear those ankles, the ref will not award a takedown. Aaron needs to be a little bit smart here, not to get himself in trouble, but he clings to those ankles. He's scrambling. No points yet. Nothing yet. It's really close to one, but nice work. Getting out of there, then right to the low single again.
Traps is.
And there's a takedown.
Nice.
Howard
Nice
steals
job.
another. Wow. That's some pretty high-level wrestling for a freshman in high school. I tell you what, that looked like a college-level scramble there.
Boy, coming out of that battle there, and Sturba trying to step out of it and clear, and Howard comes and traps that low ankle like that is really tricky.
That was heads up. That was really heads up. 15 seconds left in the match. A 7-2 lead for Menomonie freshman Aaron Howard. And it looks like he's going to be able to wrap this up over a returning state place winner. Sturba was 6th that state. Oh, Howard, for good measure, puts him on his back to end the match.
There. A little statement.
Yeah, I would say so. I'd say that's the kind of thing that says, I know you were a state place winner last year, but if I see you at sectionals, I'm not letting you get back to Madison real easy, buddy. So he's going to have to do it again a couple more times later this year. It certainly isn't over, but wow, what a win for a freshman over Carter Sturba, a junior from New Richmond, 6th at state last year. Aaron Howard just took him out 7-2. And that closes the gap for the Mustangs in the duel, 6-3. Next up here, we get a freshman on freshman battle. Isaiah Troseth from New Richmond and Easton Anderson from Menomonie, both freshmen. Normally this would be the weight that I believe Luke Kamish, one of New Richmond's returning state qualifiers, would wrestle, but he is out with an injury right now. So Easton Anderson gets a chance to wrestle another freshman. Oh. Anderson grabs a
nice
cradle there. Puts him on his back. He's collecting near fall. Easton's got him in big trouble, and there's a lot of time. Oh. Traseth works his way off of his back. But Anderson secures the 5-0 lead to start the match. Wrestling varsity as a freshman's never easy, especially as, going to secure some more near fall. Let's see if he can put him away.
Tighten up his half a little bit.
Just wiggled his way out of there. Easton Anderson has done a nice job stepping up to the plate and wrestling varsity as a freshman at 132 pounds this year. That's never easy to step in as a freshman and have to get thrown in the varsity lineup right away, but Easton's taken on the challenge, and he's picked up some wins along the way and learned some things in his losses, and he's going to be better for it in the long run.
Kind of made a young freshman mistake there, over pulling on the cradle.
Yep. He's
just taking it too far, when got to have a little bit more control when he pulls on that.
Yeah, you see a lot of, when you watch Easton wrestle, the biggest thing that stands out to me is just raw athletic ability and strength for a freshman. He's got all of that. It's just some technical and tactical things that he has to clean up, and that's cost him a few matches so far this season. But, the old baptism by fire, getting thrown out there and seeing what you got, it's the best way to learn. So he gets a 9-2 lead going into the second period against Traseth.
I'm sure he's had a few battles with Aaron Howard over the years, and that's probably why he's at where he is, to have a good partner, right? At the same, almost the same, or the next weight class like that. That's really valuable in wrestling.
Absolutely, he's been one of those kids that's been with it through the youth program, the middle school program. Between Aaron Howard and, we didn't get to see him tonight, Aiden Ari. Those are three pretty darn good freshmen, and Easton's going to be just fine. I really believe he's going to be one of those kids that by the time he's a junior and senior is contending to qualify for the state tournament and do some damage down there. Just need to keep him going in there. In an interesting position there, but Anderson scraps, scores. Did they give him 2 near fall there? Yes, they did. So 11-2 lead. No escape has been awarded yet. Oh, have a whip over. That's what I mean about the raw athletic ability and strength. He just adding a little technique to it, and that'll be the trick.
You can see he definitely has that. And he's putting the guys in danger, but just maybe not with quite the technique to keep it tight.
Yes, exactly.
It's got him in a pickle here, though.
Should be able to get a pin off of this. Kid's working his way off the mat,
There
but
it is.
Easton Anderson with a nice pin gives the Mustangs the 9-6 lead. Good win, young man.
Easton Anderson.
All right, next up here at 138 pounds for the Mustangs, it looks like it's going to be Renner Stahl. Oh, I forgot. We have a pin sponsor, Edward Jones. Mr. Zadowski was doing that on the last one, so I have to remember every time we get a pin, we have to thank Edward Jones.
Edward Jones.
They're going to get their airtime tonight, hopefully, with plenty of pins from the Mustangs. All right, so now we have sophomore Renner Stoll, and he's going to be going out there. We got to figure out which New Richmond wrestler he's going to wrestle. I think it's going to be Luke Quaddy, but we need to listen for Mr. Whitwam down there to make that announcement. Renner Stoll is just a second-year wrestler, but another kid who's a heck of an athlete. Running back on the sophomore football team, got a little bit of varsity action and decided to come out for wrestling last year and has been doing a great job picking up on it. Real strong, athletic, lean kid, so I think before it's all said and done here in his high school career, he's gonna get plenty of wins for Menomonie. It's like we're maybe having some issues with the scoreboard down there. Getting things to clear out from the last match. We might have to have oh, there we go, now they got it.
Next up at 138 for the New Richmond Tigers, freshman Charlie Shatner.
No, it's going to be a different freshman for New Richmond. A freshman, Charlie Shatner. Stahl right on him right away. The thing about Stahl is he's got good strength, and as we can pair it with more and more wrestling technique, he's going to be a fun one to watch. Good takedown for Stahl.
He's looking for some sort of cow catcher to start with, but he got to the point where he recognized this to spin around is going to get you your points. So that's a nice movement to see.
Yeah, yep, but definitely picking up on the sport quick, and he's a type of kid that will not back down from a challenge. You put him in the practice room against bigger kids or more experienced kid. Oh, here comes that cradle. That's for sure his favorite move. Let's see if he can make it work. He doesn't have it gripped quite right, but he's got the horsepower to kind of rip it over. He needs to rotate and get hip to hip here if he could. Gonna start getting some near fall out of it now, though. He
position a little better here now, maybe.
Nope, no counts. Just didn't quite have his grip position correctly there. But you can definitely see he's got a strength advantage. If you can pull a kid over in a cradle and you don't have it quite gripped right or locked up right, that's a good sign strength-wise.
Yeah, he definitely has the power there.
Putting a good ride on him. We're down under 30 seconds here in the first period. So we definitely want to finish the period on top here and take that 2-0 lead into the second. Shatner worked up and built a bit of a base underneath Stahl. Stahl doing a nice job controlling that cross wrist ride. And there comes the Stahl warning on New Richmond. Had his head buried in the mat for a little too long, and Mr. Anchuk said, "You got to get going down there." All right. Second period about to begin. Stahl takes a 2-0 lead into the second. Coach Lubeck says, "Go both up." Stahl working a collar tie here.
Yep.
Nice takedown. Good patience there, worked his way behind and takes a 4-0 lead with another takedown, does Renner Stahl. Inside leg hooked. Probably not a position that he's super comfortable in, so he needs to be careful here. Shatner from, they called him out of bounds. So Stahl will get to start on top. Shatner down. Stahl elects to give Shatner the escape, so they're back up on their feet. 1 minute left in the second period. 4-1 lead for Renner Stahl of Menomonie.
It's nice to see these freshmen or first-year wrestlers actually choosing to be on their feet, because a lot of times that's a harder part to teach in the sport of wrestling. But you could see those last couple matches, the freshmen, they were both wanted to be there, and that's where a lot of their scores came from, which is really nice to see, because that's the first part.
There's another one, another takedown, third takedown of the match for Renner Stahl. And I think maybe it just feeds back into when you get those guys like a Dan Hansen or a Renner Stahl who are lean, strong, athletic kids, they maybe don't have a ton of experience, but if you can make it if you can teach them just a couple simple things on their feet, get on somebody's legs and get them to the mat, I mean, it seems like that's what Lubeck's been able to do, and they've been fairly effective with it. Going into the third.
Yeah, how many times in wrestling have you seen people with one move or one takedown or one ride or one turn or one pinning combination, go all the way to the state championship? It's about it. Like, you can see these young guys have picked up, that thing they know now.
Yep.
And they can do it and execute it, and that's really, really key in wrestling, is to be confident in what your attack's going to be, know what you're going after.
Yeah, your playbook doesn't need to have a million plays in it. If it's got 3 good ones, just keep doing them.
Yeah, that's right.
And especially when you're not someone who was able to come up through the youth program and get all those years of experience, you just need to focus on getting good at probably 3 to 5 things and taking them as far as they can take you. So,
yeah.
Good at 7-1 lead here for Stahl now. Let's see if he can get back in on another leg attack. That's been looking good so far for him tonight. Kind of in a Kelly position, but not quite doing it right. He needs to be careful here. Uh-oh. Cow catcher position for New Richmond, and that's going to be tough to get out of. Oh, no. Go from leading the match 7-1 to giving up the pin, and that'll give New Richmond the lead in the duel, 12-9. A little bit of inexperience showing there.
Yeah.
Had a Kelly position, did everything right, but when you reach your arm up, you need to go underneath the other guy's arm, not over the top of it, or else you're feeding into a cow catcher, and that's exactly what happened. And that's one we're going to have to pull out the film and have him learn from. For the most part, a really nice match by Renner Stahl, but just one little mistake, and that's the nature of the beast in wrestling. It doesn't matter what the score is. If you put somebody on their back for 2 seconds and hold them there and the ref slaps the mat, it's all over.
At 144, for the Tigers, sophomore Noah Zanone.
All right, next up here at 144 pounds for the New Richmond Tigers, a sophomore, Noah Zanone, and he's taking on a junior from Menomonie, Devon Grayson. Devon picked up a win in the first match of the night against Eau Claire North, and he hits a headlock, but Zanone rolls him through. 2 points for the New Richmond Tiger, Noah Zanone. Grayson does a good job not giving up any near fall in that flurry. Grayson working to build a base underneath. Zanon doing a good job controlling the hips. Looking like he's working to slip an arm bar in on Grayson. Grayson doing a pretty good job defending it. Now Zanon's where he wants to be, though, with Grayson flat on his belly. Good work by Grayson to get his hips up. Zanon continuing to work that arm bar. Got Grayson in trouble, getting some near fall. Good bridge by Grayson. He's fighting through it. Needs to keep coming through. Oh, Zanon puts him back down. And there's the 3 points awarded. So Zanon will take a 5-0 lead.
Nice work to get off his back there.
Yeah, battling through that arm bar is never easy to do. Time ticking down here in the first period, and the period will end 5-0. Zanon from New Richmond with a lead over Grayson from Menomonie. Grayson defers. Zanon will start the second period on bottom with a 5-0 lead. Stand up off the whistle by Zanon. Grayson does a decent job stopping it. Drops to a single. Looking to defend. Needs to get active here before he gets hit for stalling. Moving just enough. Ooh, Zanon with a nice whip over. There's a 2-point reversal, and he's going to have near fall coming. Grayson's really going to have to battle here. 1:40 left in the second period. That's a long time for Zanon to tighten things up. And there's the pin. Richmond with 6 more to take an 18-9 lead over the Mustangs. So New Richmond off to a pretty good start here against Menomonie, who's ranked number 4 in the state right now. Good news for Mustang fans is we've got some of our hammers coming here.
Yeah, that's a stretch where we have our freshmen in the middle of the lineup there. But you know, they've done a good job this year, just hanging in there. You know, they're picking up a lot of wins, but you know they're competing and you know filling that gap every once in a while. They they give up a decision or pick up that win once in a while. That's where you learn. So
yeah, it's key to filling out a lineup. Not all 14 weight classes are going to ever be even, and so we just need to keep developing those guys. And the good news with them is you do see improvements every time out, and so they just keep building for February. Next up here for the Mustangs, we got a sophomore, Luke Pember, and he's going to wrestle a freshman from New Richmond, Leo Schaff. Quick takedown for Pember to begin the match, let Schaff up, and now he's in on another one. As we said in these with Dan Hansen, with Renner Stahl, with Devon Grayson, those are kids that are newer to the sport. At most, they have 2 years of wrestling under their belt. Luke Pember's not that. He's been wrestling since he's been in kindergarten, has had a lot of success at the youth and middle school levels, and he's really putting together a nice sophomore year. Was a little bit banged up to begin the season, but came back for the Northern Badger and took second there. Wrestled really well at the Clash last weekend against some super tough competition from around the country, and he's out to a 6-2 lead against Schaff from New Richmond. Running a half here, looking to stack him up. Pember's really tough in this top position. Schaff does a good job fighting that half off, though. Pember doesn't give him much room to breathe, though. Cops off to the other side and throws another half in. Schaff looks like he's got some flexible shoulders, and against those kids, sometimes you got to work for a stack there rather than trying to take them straight over. Well, Pember switches off to the crossface. And a Turk position. That was nicely executed there. Yes. Nice job. He's going to pick up 3 more near fall. We're down to 10 seconds left in the first period. Pember will be up 9-2 here once these 3 near fall points are awarded. And there, the period ends 9-2. Good start for Luke Pember. Pember is going to pick down to start the second period, holding a 9-2 lead.
That just kind of shifted his weight back into him and came up with a nice, easy stand up there. You can tell that's just feel that you get from wrestling a lot.
So he adds an escape and a takedown here. I'm not sure that score is quite right, but it says 11-2 on the scoreboard. I think it should have been, it was 9-2, so I think it should start the period, so I think it should be 12-2. 2 more for Pember. 13-2. Now he's got that cradle locked up and it's studded up, and this is gonna probably be over pretty quick. Nice pin for Luke Pember. And he gets his team back within 3 points of the lead, 18-15 now. Nice work by Luke Pember. That's where you need your stud to be studs and dual mates, and he certainly went out there and did that. Next up for the Mustangs, we got one of our seniors. Oh, that's right. That's an Edward Jones pin by Luke Pember. We can't be forgetting that. Next up, we've got one of our seniors, Walker Ferguson. Walker's been having a really nice senior season.
Next up at 157, for the Richmond, freshman, Evan Flagman.
And he's going to take on another freshman from New Richmond, Evan Fagnan. Fagnan in a shot right away on Ferguson. And he gets a takedown to open it up against Ferguson. Freshman coming out swinging. Nice return. Ferguson just needs to keep his head and keep working here. A lot of match left. Tell you what, that freshman's showing some pretty good strength, picking him up and putting him down like that. There's the escape for Ferguson. Goes the gap to 2-1.
Definitely not his first year wrestling. You can see that. He's had a lot of youth experience, I would imagine.
Yeah, you look through New Richmond's roster. I mean, they've got really good numbers and they've got a lot of freshmen out. So this is going to be a team in the Big Rivers to keep an eye out for in the future. Nice shot by Ferguson. Oh, Fagnan defends. Ferguson working that underhook. A little bit of a forced shot there. Fagnan doing a good job controlling Ferguson's elbow down there. That makes it difficult for Ferguson to spin around and secure the takedown. Down under 20 seconds here in the first period. Ferguson needs to find a way to turn this into 2 before the period ends, and it looks like he's going to be able to. Fagnan hanging out of that leg. There it is. 2 points, takedown with 5 seconds left in the period. Ferguson battles back after giving up the first takedown to take a 3-2 lead into the second. He's going to defer, give Fagnan the choice. Fagnan's going to pick down. So the freshman from New Richmond will start the second period down. Ferguson gets settled in on top, and away we go. Good start by Walker Ferguson, securing that inside wrist ride. He's been using that a lot these past couple of years and having really good success riding people with that, so I'm sure he's not going to be giving that wrist control up anytime easy. Looked like he slipped an arm bar in here. Oh, half, never mind. Got him going, he's got him going. Needs to wrestle him to that far shoulder. There it goes. Minute 25, and there's the pin. Walker Ferguson puts the Mustangs in the lead, 21-18.
Did a nice job just staying in that half, and like you said, wrestling them to that shoulder. So many kids, I think, just don't know, just think a half is going to roll them over, but really the trick there is to get that far shoulder stuck in the mat so that you can really control the final movement to his back. So he did that really, really, really well.
Yeah, and once he got him on his back, it was tight. That kid did not move much, and it was over pretty fast.
Yeah.
So
That's a good-looking freshman. I don't know if this is a depth chart or not, but number 4 at 157, the way they got him listed, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he did a nice job out there. So next up, we got for the Mustangs, Ray Pember. And I did not catch the name of the New Richmond Tiger. The roster that we have in front of us has not been accurate tonight. I know Eric Crane is a kid that's been in and out of their lineup, so it's maybe Crane. Ben Stevens would be the other one. Oh, I know who it is. It's probably Adam Wilhelm, another freshman. He's been in there at 165 for him. So Pember looking to pick up the first takedown of the match, and he does. So we kind of had our run of freshmen in the lineup going out there, and now New Richmond is getting into that, and we're getting into more of the heart of our order. Ray Pember, a junior, has had a lot of success through the years, been wrestling since kindergarten, and done a really nice job in the youth age group and in the middle school age group, and he's really coming on this year as a junior. He's just starting to put things together and let all that experience show. Got a leg in here looking to turn Wilhelm. Deflecting some near fall. And now he's got a tight headlock. Wilhelm's going to have to fight to survive this one with 30 seconds left in the period.
A lot of time. It's a tough place to be with that much time in the match.
Yeah, there it's going to be coming pretty soon. Pember's got 20 to put him away. Credit to the freshman Wilhelm for really battling here. He's got that shoulder. There it is. So Ray Pember extends the Mustangs lead to 27-18. First period pin for Pember. Continues a nice season. Next up at 175 pounds will be another one of the Menomonie seniors, Steele Schaefer. I missed my Edward Jones again. Thank you, Lloyd. It was an Edward Jones pin by Ray Pember.
Next up at 175 for the Tigers, junior Eli Cryer.
So Steele Schaefer, Menomonie senior, will be squaring off against a junior, Eli Cryer from New Richmond. Shot by Schaefer, defended by Cryer. Schaefer controlling an underhook here. Cryer fights back out of it. 0-0 to begin the first period.
You talk about Edward Jones being our pin sponsor, and where we started out with Steve Redmond being one of the reps for Edward Jones has been just a huge wrestling fan for Menomonie and even college, at the college level. I'd see him at matches that we'd go to up in Minnesota, and he followed Menomonie wrestling for a lot of years, and he still does. He's retired now, but he worked for Edward Jones for many years.
Yeah, Steve's been a great supporter of the program. And oh, there we go. Schaefer with a nice counter takedown there. Cryer dove in on a single, and Schaefer made him pay with a nice sprawl and go behind for a 2-0 lead here. Schaefer's in on that inside wrist ride and skin, which has definitely been something here at Menomonie that we've been doing for decades now. Schaefer trying to work that wrist out across the back. Cryer doing a good job battling there, not giving it up easy. But Schaefer does what he's supposed to do when they bring the hips up, go to the inside thigh, and break them back down. So it looks like Schaefer's going to be able to end this first period with a 2-0 lead. And he will. Menomonie's choice. Schaefer will defer. Cryer is going to pick down to start the second period. Schaefer's going to go optional start here to start the second. Dives right into a cradle, nice. Little trickeration there by Schaefer, and he's got him on his back. Cryer's in trouble. And there is the pin for Steele Schaefer. The old optional start into a cradle. Well executed. change the name.
Aaron Howard with a nice escape there on the edge of the mat. Down 2-1. Oh, nice single leg attack. A low single. He's going to clear his arm here. Let's see. There he goes. He's patient to clear his arm. Picks up to 2. Go ahead 3-2.
Yes, thank you very much.
Aaron Howard out of bounds, leading 3-2 here in the first period. It's going to go to the optional start.
You got to do it on your own for a little bit. There you go.
Ooh, a little headlock back whip to his back. Picked up 2 near fall on that also, along with the takedown. Releases them again. I thought there might have been two back points there that they didn't score, but we'll see. Another takedown for Aaron on the edge of the mat. Aaron finishes the first period at 7-3 score, ahead 7-3. Chooses both up for his choice, or gives the escape to, actually it was Chippewa's choice, had chosen down, and Aaron chose to release him for 1. So makes the score 7-4 in the favor of Aaron Howard for Menomonie. Working on a go-around ankle tie. Picks up a 2 points takedown again to go ahead 9-4. Working on a near side cradle. Well, that's actually a far side cradle, but the way he had it hooked up puts him in the danger position here. The referee's having a hard time seeing. There it is. And he picks up the fall at 1:07 in the second period. Aaron continues to have a really good night here. Picked up 3 wins tonight. One over a state place winner from last year, so really starting to come on after kind of a long, grueling season where they've seen some really, really tough competition. But I think in the end that it could pay off for a young guy like Aaron.
Next up at 132, for the Cardinals, senior Trey Becker. For the Mustangs, freshman Easton Anderson.
We got Easton Anderson for Menomonie here now at 132 versus Trey Becker for Chippewa Falls, a senior from Chippewa Falls. So we got freshman versus senior in this matchup. Easton's been doing a nice job staying aggressive. You know, kind of has wrestled in every match, so he's always a contender. It takes good wrestlers to beat him. Both wrestlers fighting for position here. Chippewa has the fireman's carry. See if he gets it finished. Yep, finishes it for 2. Chippewa goes ahead 2-0. Again, that's Trey Becker for Chippewa. Running an arm bar. Still not breaking the plane where it's to score points yet. So now he does. Has Anderson in a tough predicament here. Just needs to survive five more seconds. Looks like he's got a good bridge going. I think he'll make it. Yep. Makes it to the end of the period. Becker picks up 3 more for near fall, so goes ahead 5-0 at the end of the first period. Menomonie has a blood timeout here. Must have got bumped in the nose. You know, Grant was talking through all the sponsors. Can't forget our broadcast sponsor here, Advanced Dairy. I think they paid good money for that, so we should make sure we talk about them.
All right, so we're back. First match, Aaron Howard got a pin, right?
Yep. And Eastern survived a close fall position here at the end of the first period, but so he's down 5-0. Looks like he's trying to set up a headlock here.
Easton, I believe he's wrestling another senior from.
Yeah, that's Trey Becker.
Trey Becker. Nice takedown by Anderson there. Good job by the freshman battling back. Falling behind 5-0, but closing the gap 5-2.
A little high on his ride there. Becker with a tight cradle on Anderson. Has earned 3 points with it. The referee awards it, so it goes ahead. Becker goes ahead 10-2 over Anderson.
Always tough when you're a freshman going up against a senior. There's just.
Yeah, all things said in wrestling, if you work as hard as the other guy and you put your time in, there's still always the advantage to the older kid. It just doesn't go away all the way through your senior year or even into college. You see that. If you've got 2 equal guys, it's always an advantage to be the older one.
Yeah, and that's where when you're a freshman like Anderson, you just got to take this year as a learning year and continue to compete and not get discouraged, which Easton's done a great job of doing, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. Eventually all these guys graduate, and then you get to be the big dog on the block. So.
And when you find seniors in this middle of the lineup here, they're usually tough.
Yep.
It's a competitive segment of the high school age kids. So there's some really good athletes in there, and it tends to be that you'll see some really, really good senior wrestlers that occupy that 32, 38, 44, those weight classes.
Anderson worked his way back in, 12-6, trying to mount the comeback, but Becker gets one of his own here in the third period, make it 14-6. Hopefully we still have some of you tuned in. We lost our audio at the end of that near Richmond. Some technical difficulties, but through a little bit of FaceTime with our helping hand, Chan Zutter, we're back on board and get to bring you the audio for this last duel of the night against Chippewa Falls. Anderson right up to his feet, clears. It's 14-7. Under a minute left. Goes for a headlock. And does not get it. They go out of bounds, and they do give the takedown to Chippewa. So Becker will go up 16-7.
Had erased those extra major points, but let's see if he can get away here. Except he'll need a reversal to.
Becker with a leg in. Closing out the match here. It's going to be a 16-7 win for Trey Becker, the senior from Chippewa Falls, over Easton Anderson, the freshman from Menomonie. Major decision for Chippewa. Make this dual meet score 6-4.
Next up at 138 for the Cardinals, sophomore Chase.
All right, so here we go. Sophomore Chase Frederick from Chippewa Falls taking on another sophomore, Renner Stahl from Menomonie. Stahl got a win in the first match of the night against Eau Claire North. Had a nice lead against New Richmond and ended up getting pinned. And now he's back out here for match number 3. Feeling each other out in the first period. Stahl going to that cow catcher position again. Frederick does a good job controlling the elbow, knowing where he's at. Stahl takes him out of bounds. Minute 4 left on the clock. 0-0. Stahl snaps him down. Frederick again controlling the elbows. Stalemate. Back on our feet. 39 seconds left in the first period. Still 0-0. Stahl, Menomonie, Frederick from Chippewa. Shot by Frederick. In on a single. Stahl defending. Looking to hold that wizard position. Frederick does a good job running the corner. Traps both knees real close to a takedown here. And there they're going to give it to him. Chase Frederick takes a 2-0 lead over Renner Stahl Down to 10 seconds left in the first period. And we'll wrap up the first period with Chase Frederick with a 2-0 lead over Renner Stahl. Frederick will pick down. Stahl will start the second period on top. Frederick up right away. Stahl drops to a single. Frederick does a good job getting to that sprawl position, has Stahl all stretched out, and that's going to be a reversal for Chase Frederick of Chippewa to take a 4-0 lead in the second period. Nice roll through tilt there by Chase Frederick. He's going to add 3 near fall. Stahl battling, trying to find his way to his belly, and he does. The ref won't award those points for near fall until Frederick releases his grip on the wrist. And it was only 2 near fall awarded. I'm surprised he didn't get 3 there, but 6-0 lead now for Frederick over Stahl. Frederick with a nice arm bar. Stahl doing a good job trying to fight it off. More near fall now for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. And a pin. Chase Frederick, second period pin over Renner Stahl. Gives the Chippewa Falls Cardinals the 10-6 lead in the meet. Up next, 144 pounds. Looks like we're going to have junior Pat LaFontaine going out there for the Mustangs. And Chippewa Falls might be forfeit in this weight by the looks of things. And they are. So Chippewa Falls didn't have a wrestler at 144. That means Menomonie picks up 6 points for the forfeit and takes the lead in the dual meet back, 12-10. So now we're on to 150 pounds, and this has a chance to be one of the marquee matchups of the night here. Luke Pember, sophomore of Menomonie. And if it's Jonathan Krager for the Cardinals, this is going to be a big-time matchup. Waiting for the announcer to make them say it officially, but I think that is Krager out there. Yes, it is John Krager of Chippewa. This could be the preview of the sectional finals this year, Dad.
This one here.
Yep, these two are. Krager from Chippewa was 3rd last year in the sectional, missed out on making it to Madison by 1 match. Luke Pember was a sectional qualifier last year as a freshman, and when I kind of look at the lay of the land in sectional A, I think these are probably the two top guys at 150 pounds right now. So great matchup here.
Should be a good preview here.
Pember controlling him in a front headlock position. Krager works his way out of it. 1 minute into the first period, no score. Pember goes in, digs in that underhook. Pember doing a good job controlling the tempo of the first period here. I'll say that. He's hasn't resulted in points yet, but he's definitely been controlling the tie. There's a shot by Pember underneath. Krager defends. Nice job by Pember working his way back up out of there. 30 seconds to go in the first period. Pember got Krager warned for stalling in the first period. Oh, headlock attempt by Krager. Not going to get that, though, on a wrestler like Luke Pember. Pember jacked up those double unders. He's going for a big throw of his own, doesn't get it. No score in the first period, but some good flurries there. Choice to Menomonie. Pember will defer. Krager's choice. And Krager's going to go down. Pember's tough on top, so Krager's going to have to do some work to get out of there. Up to his feet. That's a good start. Pember looking to return. And there's a stall warning on Pember for not returning him in a timely manner. Krager will get away in 15 seconds. 1-0 lead for Jonathan Krager. Going to that upper body tie again. And they go out of bounds. Probably going to be tough to throw a kid like Krager in those double underhooks. I think Luke probably is better off getting back to a leg attack, which is what he does. On the edge here, can he get it?
Trap that second leg.
Krager's doing a good job defending. Pember knows where he's at. He's going to make for a tough finish. The official allows him to work, but he'll only give him so much time. There's the second ankle there. Out of bounds they go, no score. That was really close.
Krager just got his hips turned up right at the end there. Otherwise, that probably would have been 2 for Pember.
Yeah, good experienced wrestler Krager. He's not going to make a lot of mistakes. Pember back into those double unders. He's been getting to that position pretty easily. Got the stall call on Krager, so it's going to tie it up 1-1. Pember in on a shot, following it. Looking to hook that leg. That's what Luke needs to do. He needs to turn his belly down, hook the leg. Hook the leg. There it's going to be. 2-point takedown for Pember in the second period to go up 3-1.
That was a nice finish. Really nice finish. Stayed tight to the leg. Got his other leg hooked, which is the ref's always looking for that on that takedown, and that usually provides enough leverage where you can finish it out pretty well, and that's just what Pember did.
15 seconds here. Luke Pember on top, trying to get the ride out. He needs to be careful here, holding on to that leg. Nice work by Luke Pember. Really important here to get these ride outs in short time at the end of a period and not let your opponent get any more points, not let them close the gap at all. And that's exactly what Luke did there. He'll take a 3-1 lead into the third period, and it's his choice. And he's going both up. And I kind of like that call. He's been really in control on their feet for the most part. He's gotten to his underhook well, and he's right back to it.
Krager breaking out the white shoe, black shoe trick just for a little more luck.
White shoes, black shoes, and a 2-point takedown on the edge to tie it up. Kid like Krager, he's got a lot of miles on him. He's been wrestling for a long time. Third at sectionals as a sophomore. I'm sure he's pretty motivated to get down to Madison this year, and he's not going to go away easy in a match like that.
Yeah.
All right, Pember down. Tied 3-3, starting in the down position, 1:37 left in the third period. We thought this would be one of the best matches of the night, and it has been so far. Pember away easily. Takes the 4-3 lead. Right back on that underhook. Krager's doing a good job of head position here, though. It's hard to... Pember's on the underhook, but it's hard to use that as offense when your head is away from your underhook. Krager down below.
Get the head in the hole here.
Pember with those long arms can cradle from anywhere, and he's got it locked. He's got the takedown. And it looks to me like he's about ready to stud up that cradle. Krager doing a good job trying to keep that, use his hand to keep Pember's leg away there. Pember just needs to take this right over his head. That's where he needs to go with it. There he goes. He's
Good
got
ride,
a
if nothing else.
6-3 lead. Yeah, this is a good way to eat some clock in the third period of a big match. I would not let that cradle go easy. That ref will not stop the match when you've got that lock because it's a pinning combination. Clear his leg here. We're down to 30 seconds in the third period. Krager coming up on a double now, and he's going to get that reversal to close the gap to 6-5. Chip was calling to let him go, and he does. 7-5, shot on the edge. 2-point match with 13 seconds to go. Sophomore Luke Pember with a 7-5 lead over the junior from Chippewa, Jonathan Krager. Down underneath 10 seconds. Krager not going to get a good attack off here at the end. There it is, but it's too little, too late. Big win for Luke Pember. Yeah. We'll probably be seeing that one again at regionals and at sectionals in February, but that's always nice to start out with the first win.
Yeah, Krager really didn't have that go-to move, in that last 10 seconds there, where you would thought with a fresh start he would have had something on the top of his head, but it didn't look like he knew what he really wanted to do.
Yeah.
Probably Pember
controlled that match on his feet pretty well with that underhook position, and yeah, you would expect to see Krager fire something off there, but he didn't get to it, and Luke Pember comes away with the win and 3 more team points for the Mustangs. Up here now at 157 pounds, we have a senior from Menomonie, Walker Ferguson, and he's taking on a junior from Chippewa Falls, Caden O'Kelly. Ferguson and O'Kelly have pretty similar records so far this year. Oh, nice underhook to a single by Ferguson. Well, let's see if he can finish it here. Drops down and he gets it, takes a 2-0 lead. I wonder if Krager and O'Kelly they must have switched shoes, the black shoe, white shoe. You need a good buddy to split your shoes up with.
Yeah, I think that's what happened here.
Ferguson lets him go. Just over a minute left in the first period. Scores 2-1. Ferguson looking to get back on the attack. O'Kelly with a shot. Ferguson, nice sprawl, but he's got to get that grip broken. He's getting to O'Kelly's ankle.
Gotta sink his hips away, down and away to break that hand.
O'Kelly's doing a good job just hanging on to that leg, but Ferguson, he needs to use his length here. Oh, and O'Kelly holds on for a stalemate. Yeah, those situations get a little bit tricky sometimes when a guy's good at just clinging to your leg, but the best thing you can do there, get real heavy hips, make yourself long, and put a lot of stress on that grip in your opponent's shoulders. Oh, nice duck under there by O'Kelly. Ferguson defends again, though. Now Ferguson's getting to that far elbow, got him tipped to his hip. It should be a matter of time here, but he's only got 15 seconds.
Got to get that leg hook.
Give O'Kelly credit. He's hanging on like a son of a gun down there.
Come on, step over and get that leg hook.
Short time. Walker Ferguson looking to secure the takedown, and he's not going to be able to do it. O'Kelly battling hard down there, hanging on the leg. So it'll be 2-1. Going into the second period, Chippewa Falls' choice. And it looks like they're going to defer, and Ferguson will pick down. Dual meet score. Menomonie 15, Chippewa Falls 10. Ferguson up to his feet right away. Kelly drops to a single. Ferguson in on a switch position. And now we're right back in here locked on this single leg again. But that this time is going to be a stall call on Chippewa because he was the top wrestler. And if you just hold on to a leg and don't work your way up or advance towards returning your opponent to the mat, you get a stalling warning. Ferguson moving off the whistle. Nice. O'Kelly goes for the cradle, and Ferguson felt that from a mile away. Clears out to go up 3-1.
Kept his head up nice there in that situation where it didn't give the other guy an opportunity to finish on that.
And on a high crotch, let's see if he can finish. Got to be careful on that chin whip position. There we go. 2-point takedown for Walker Ferguson to make the lead 5-1. Closing in on the midway mark of the match here. About a minute left in the second period. Ferguson doing a good job of keeping O'Kelly's hips down. O'Kelly builds his base. Ferguson back onto that wrist ride. Gonna warn Ferguson for stalling there, saying he's not coming off a parallel.
40 seconds, Walker, go!
Ferguson will let him up.
40 seconds!
So now the score is 5-2. Shot by O'Kelly. He's got Ferguson's elbow trap. Ferguson looking to score. Oh, nice attack there as O'Kelly came up. Again, just like in the last match, he needs to work to hook that leg. O'Kelly is scrappy down there underneath in these positions. He's pretty good at hanging on to the single, and it looks like he's going to be able to again. Time runs out. Second period. Ferguson up 5-2. O'Kelly's going to go down. Ferguson with a good start. He's on that wrist control. Coming out to the skin. That's where he needs to keep himself. He needs to stay off of the hips out to the side like that to prevent another stalling call. Good pressure by Ferguson off that ride. Ferguson riding tough here. 30 seconds into the third period. Looks like he's got a cradle locked up over there, but it's getting hip to hip. You got to take your time here. He's got to get him out of his legs. Yeah, now cradle's broke. O'Kelly down underneath on that single position again. Ferguson with a little bit of a chin whip.
Got to get his hips back. A little bit high in the ride here, but there you go.
Nice job by Walker Ferguson to adjust there and stay on top.
Yeah, he was a little bit high and ahead of the hips there, so he did a nice job. Just sometimes it takes a little time, but he did get himself repositioned and to lower his hips on that one.
Yeah, that was very good feel there. He bailed himself out of a tough predicament. Now we're down under 30 seconds. Ferguson with the lead, 5-2. Been putting a nice ride on Caden O'Kelly here in this third period. Probably needs to move off the hips here at some point. He's already been warned for stalling, but at this point, maybe it doesn't matter. You just run the clock out here. 10 seconds left. Walker Ferguson with a 5-2 lead. Going to close this one out and give the Mustangs 3 more points. Nice win for Walker Ferguson at 157 pounds. And the Mustangs will go up 18-10 in the dual meet. All right, now we roll into 165 pounds. For Menomonie, a junior, Ray Pember. And this too has the potential to be another good matchup. I believe this is the younger Krager brother, Jake Krager. Yes, it is Jake Krager from Chippewa Falls. Jake Krager is a freshman, but I had the chance to watch him wrestle at the youth state tournament last year, and you can tell he's been around. He's really tough. This will not be your average freshman. But Ray Pember's one tough hombre himself, so this should be a good matchup here at 165 pounds. Pember working that Russian tie. Now doing over-under. Nice leg attack by Ray Pember. Can he finish it? Yes, he can. 2-0 lead for Ray Pember to start the match.
It's a little example of strength difference when you look at your age difference here, where you got 2 good wrestlers, and Pember, just a couple years older, really powered through that last shot.
Yep, that is exactly right. It's just 2 more years in a weight room, 2 more years of physical maturity, and there's only so much you can do when you're a freshman to try to close that gap.
Especially in these upper weights like this. It's just
When you look at Krager's record, I mean, I think he's about 24-5 or something this year. So he's doing a really nice job as a freshman in the upper weights, and he's definitely going to be somebody to keep an eye out for. But hopefully Ray will have enough of an advantage here to pull this one out. 30 seconds left in the first period. Pember with the 2-1 lead. Pember in on a single again. Can he finish it in short time? It looks like he's going to have a good chance to. There it is.
covers both legs.
Really nice short time takedown by Ray Pember. Now he needs to keep him on the mat, run the clock out here in the first period, and take this 4-1 lead into the second. Chippewa Falls is always one of those programs that has a handful of quality wrestlers, and it doesn't look to be any different this year.
Yeah, they through the years have had their share of top quality individuals, that's for sure.
Yeah, you go back to the Henning boys and the Tony Mosels and the Luke Smiths, and
that was quite a crew they had there for a while. Wow.
Yeah, they've had their fair share of studs, there's no doubt. Krager chose down. Pember chose to start back on his feet, which after the 2 takedowns in the first period, I think was a wise decision. Right back in on that single by Pember. Nice quick finish with the dump. It's just how you draw it up. Get your angle, pick it up, dump him on his butt, and get your 2.
Guys, it's got that short little snatch to there, so he isn't getting stretched out at all. And he, like you said, he's getting up and being able to dump it down pretty quickly. And you got that combination right. It's hard to defend that.
Yeah, it takes a lot of that scrambling stuff out of it. You know, we've seen Aaron Howard do such a nice job with that tonight, where, you know, if you don't finish clean right away, he turns it into a nightmare. And Pember didn't give Krager any chance to do anything other than get taken down there. Back up on their feet again. You can see Pember's confidence just building as the match goes on, as it should be. Krager now trying to force some more action. Pember's got a good chance to score here too if he can clear that arm off his leg. Just about got it off. He's really working hard to clear that grip. Now he does. Krager reacts nicely though. Nice job by the freshman Krager fighting through there, but here comes a nice power double by the junior. And up you go and down you go, young man.
There.
Ray says you'll have your time, but it isn't going to be now. 8-3 lead for Ray Pember over Jake Krager, the freshman from Chippewa Falls. Now he's got an arm bar in there, and he's got that far shoulder pinned to the mat. Krager's doing a good job using his legs to kind of tie Pember up. Running out of time here in the second period. Pember will sit on an 8-3 lead going into the third. Pember's going to pick to go on his feet. Good call there. He's definitely had the major advantage on his feet throughout this match. Third period begins. Pember up by 5, 8-3. Got that underhook again. Krager doing a good job of controlling that far wrist. That's frustrating Pember and holding him off of his leg attacks. Ray doing a good job though controlling the center, and eventually Krager's going to get hit for stalling. And minute 30 left in the third. We get a start fresh in the center. Ray Pember with an 8-3 lead. Underhook Pember into another double leg. Nice double. Nice double. That was a good physical finish. You could see that kind of took the air out of Krager a little bit there. 10-3 now, Pember, with under a minute left in the third period. Yeah, you said it before, and there's just a difference in horsepower between a 17-year-old and a 14-year-old. I mean, there's no two ways around it. Krager's wrestled tough, and you can tell he knows what he's doing, but he just can't match the physicality right now.
You can see that when Pember hits that powerful double like that and gets that lift on him. He's bringing him to the mat with that thump. And
Pember's going to let him go here. 10-4 now. One more takedown for Pember will give him the major decision, which is good by Coach Lubeck to get Pember working and thinking about those bonus points. Let's see. Krager's trying to hold him off.
Oh.
Nice far side duck. Uh-oh. Krager stepping over here. Pember's in trouble. Short time. Time runs out, but the freshman had him in danger there. Pember's going to hold on for the 10-9 victory.
10-9.
Yikes. Going for a major to barely hanging on, but the Mustangs extend their lead 21-10. Got to give a credit to the 165-pound freshman from Chippewa. He battled all the way to the end and made it interesting.
Kept himself in it.
Yeah, that kid's got a bright future. I imagine he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with here.
As he starts filling out with that length, he's gonna be
A tough kid.
gonna be hard to deal with.
All right, at 175 pounds, we've got two seniors out there. Steele Schaefer looking to go 3-0 on the night. And a senior from Chippewa, Sean Harp. Harp's been up at 190 pounds, so he's dropping down to 175. Steele Schaefer. Nice
Ooh.
hip toss on the edge by Schaefer. They give him the takedown, but they don't allow him to continue to. Interesting. He must have
stepped out or
went out after he threw him to his back, but usually you're going to let him continue the action there. That's an interesting call, but either way, beautiful throw by Schaefer. He chooses to let Harp go, and he goes right back to it. Right back to the hip toss. If it worked once, it'll work again.
It's got him in the center here with a lot of time, so this could be good for Menomonie.
This is one where Steele Schaefer really needs to focus on securing that Edward Jones pin. I got it in before the pin this time, just in case I forget afterwards. Still 50 seconds left in the period. That's a long time to fight off your back. So Schaefer just continues to apply pressure. There it is. There's the Edward Jones pin. Steele Schaefer goes 3-0 tonight. And he extends the Mustangs lead to 27-10.
Nice to see him pick up some wins here after going through that brutal clash and some really, really tough competition.
Yeah, Steele has wrestled as tough of as, Aaron Howard, Steele Schaefer, I'd say those two guys probably stand out to me as having wrestled the toughest strength of schedule so far this year. Yeah, Steele went, I don't think he won a match at the Clash. I think he went 0-5 at the Clash, but you got to understand, every single kid he wrestled down there was either ranked in their state or even, like in the case of some of them, were ranked nationally. So you're taking those losses and your record doesn't look pretty, but we've just chosen to take the attitude of we don't care what our record looks like. When we get to February, we're going to be battle tested and ready to go. And so I hope that holds true. Next up here at 190, we got John Higbee back out there for the Mustangs, getting his second match of the night. And I believe they said it was Cody Stevang, a sophomore from Chippewa Falls. Oh, Ephraim Holmes, a junior from Chippewa Falls. John Higbee, Ephraim Holmes. Nice shot by Higbee on the edge. Takes him into his teammates there. Luke Pember had to move pretty quick to avoid getting run over. Shot off the whistle by Holmes. Higbee catches it. Higbee into another double leg. Holmes sprawls.
Gotta get his leg cleared. And there he goes.
Still 0-0, 48 seconds left in the first period. We're going to start back at the center. Holmes from Chippewa doing a good job tying up Higbee's wrists. Higbee weighs in at 175 pounds. When he goes out there at 190, he doesn't necessarily look small. He's just thick and strong, and got an underhook there. See if he can figure out a way to turn it into points. Snaps him down. Ooh, can he get the cow catcher over? No, but good decision there. There's a takedown. Wow, not giving it to him. Boy, I don't know about that.
Man, that's pretty. He had his legs covered. I don't know. That's
Holmes hanging onto the arm there, but boy, Coach Lubeck's thinking the same thing we're thinking. He's kind of wondering, how is that not a takedown? And I tend to agree.
probably should have just slid into an Okie there and or locked that up, and that probably would have gave it to him.
So we're going to go into the second period tied 0-0 here after Coach Lubeck has a couple words with the official on an explanation as to why that wasn't a takedown. It is one of those tougher positions that at times the ref will give it to you and sometimes it won't. You got to figure out a way to clear your elbow out of there and get your arm back.
Yeah, but even if you would have hooked the ankle with his leg, might have been enough just to sway it to his advantage, which he didn't do. He just kind of sat in between them and didn't really hook it. And a lot of times that's the final thing that the ref's looking for, is that the hooking of the leg.
Yeah, and that's probably just a little bit of a tactical thing for John, just starting wrestling as a freshman, 2 years under his belt. Those are the little things you pick up over time, but a good thing for us to point out to him on film here going forward. And
yeah, it's a simple little finish trick that you just do to get the ref's attention sometimes.
okay, so the scoreboard reads 1 to -1, but that isn't right. So now it's 1-0. Holmes from Chippewa with the escape to begin the second period, back up to his feet. Higbee digs in on that underhook again. He's been trying to use it to snap down into a cow catcher. I'd like to see him. Oh, here we go. Throw it by. That's right. Ducked it under. Now getting to that single leg. Oh, real close there on that takedown. Higbee needs to get right back to that.
Probably just didn't change his level quite enough when he went to the crotch there. And if he would have, I think he would have buried his arm a little deeper and came up with it.
Yeah, as powerful as he is, he should be able to lift from that position and take somebody for a ride. Oh, nice snap down by Holmes. Higbee stays square though and comes up in another underhook. Takes him off the mat. The crowd wants a stall call on Chippewa, and I don't blame him. Holmes looking like he's starting to breathe a little heavy. Under a minute now in the second period. Holmes from Chippewa with a 1-0 lead over Higbee. Now Holmes does a good job of taking ground. Higbee back into him.
Holmes doing a good job fighting with his head. If you see him inside there, just make it uncomfortable for Higbee. But
Higbee with a nice counter there. Holmes dove in on a shot. Higbee felt it. Nice sprawl and quick go behind to take a 2-1 lead. Now here's one of those critical short time ride outs. You got a 1-point lead with 20 seconds left in a period. Holmes trying to build up and he gets away to tie it up. 10 seconds left in the period. Both wrestlers starting to show a little sign of fatigue. This has been a hard battle.
just a little inexperience on Higbee's part, to come up with a little tighter ride there in that situation would have saved that point. But
it's going to be 2-2 going into the third. Holmes wants to go on top. The coach talks him into going down. Okay, yes, it's Menomonie's choice, so this makes sense. Higbee deferred in the second, gets his choice in the third. Now we're on track here. Higbee's going to pick down. Match is tied 2-2, so this is good for Higbee if he can work up. It's a great chance to take the lead. Although the way I saw Holmes signaling for the fact he wanted to be on top, that maybe tells us this is his best position.
Might be.
We'll see. Kind of got that hooked ankle ride. I imagine he's going to maybe be a cradler. That's a lot of times guys that like the cradle want to sit on that hooked ankle and see if they can play the near side, far side game. Really covering Higbee's hips here. Higbee builds up to his base though. And he's yep, that's there goes Holmes looking for that cradle. Higbee working hard. Oh, Holmes keeps control. Yeah, Holmes is definitely a cradler. You can see that he's telegraphing it. Hopefully Higbee's feeling it. Nice one-point escape on the edge. They both kind of stopped wrestling, but that isn't why you stop.
Yeah, I think Holmes should have followed him out of bounds there.
Yeah, he probably would have kept.
Not give that up so easy.
Higbee 3-2 lead here. Goes in on a minute left in the third period. Higbee's got the 1-point lead. Back into his underhook. Good position to be in. Doing a good job controlling that far side wrist, or at least he was. The only shot that Holmes has taken this match, Higbee turned into a takedown of his own, so that's a good sign. Higbee just needs to control the center here. 30 seconds. 1-point lead for Higbee. There's another attempt by Holmes. Higbee feels it coming. Dig back into that underhook. Now we're down to 20. Holmes from Chippewa's gonna have to pull the trigger on something here. There's the shot. Higbee defends.
He just needs to go around here.
Yep, just go behind, John. There we go. Got him to his hip. That should be two. John Higbee with a takedown at the end to seal it. A 5-2 win for the junior from Menomonie. And he's put his team up 30-10 in the dual meet. That was a nice match by Higbee.
Yeah, he did pretty error-free. Had a couple nice shots where he might have finished one or two more of those shots with a little bit more experience, but yeah.
You can just see he's strong and athletic, and when he keeps himself in good position, he's hard to score on. You know, just that short, stocky, strong build. It's not easy to get on his legs. So 2:15. We've got a sophomore from Chippewa, Ryan Schutte, and he's going up against Ben Helminski, who's bumped up again from 190 to 215. Helminski's a junior. Picked up the pin at 215. Nice quick takedown. Nice quick takedown by Helminski to start things out. I got the concession gals coming by me and giving me free food, so I can't turn that down.
Now maybe I will take one of those.
Back up to their feet. Helminski with a 2-1 lead. Snap Schutte into that front headlock. Coming around the corner. Now their takedown for Helminski. He goes up 4-1.
Helminski's wrestled well tonight.
Yeah.
Really, once he got down into his weight class here, he's going to do well.
Yeah, he's a solid wrestler. He's, like I say, the last couple off seasons, he's really committed himself to wrestling some freestyle and Greco, which always is a way to jump levels. And he had a little bit of work to do to get some weight off after football, but now that he's down at 190, he looks really good there, and he's strong for the weight class. And I mean, he's bumped up to 215 here, and he doesn't look undersized for the weight. So
not at all.
The sectional at 190 this year is definitely loaded up. Ethan Winkleman from Hudson's #2 in the state and has had some awesome wins this year. He's a really high quality wrestler. And then Braden Elby from Regis Altoona is another real solid wrestler. But when Ben's on his game, he can go with anyone, and he showed that last weekend down at the Clash, going 4-2. One of his losses was to a kid from St. Michael, Albertville, who's ranked in Minnesota, and really Ben competed very well with him. Had the kid super tired, and just a couple small mistakes against a real savvy wrestler from a nationally ranked program was the difference there. So Helminski with 3 takedowns in the first period, a 6-2 lead over Schutte from Chippewa Falls going into the second. Schutte to first, Helminski will go down. Helminski up to his feet off the whistle. Schutte with an interesting mat return there, but Helminski rolls through. 7-2 lead. Right into that snatch single. That's what he was getting to really nice this past weekend too, and that's always been Ben's probably area that he needed to improve on was leg attacks. And starting last weekend at the Clash, I saw him hit a nice high crotch, some really nice snatch singles, and when you can start getting to the opponent's legs and getting those key takedowns, that's usually what it takes at the end of the year to be able to beat those really good opponents. You're going to have to find a way to score a takedown or two to turn those matches into your favor, and he's doing the right things. So
if you can make that simple little snatch single leg there work just by getting driving through your opponent, so it takes the weight off that leg, and it makes it pretty simple. But it takes all the little factors in that movement to make that work that way.
Yep, especially as the upper weights, just totally avoid getting trapped underneath somebody.
Yeah.
He's got the arm across the back here. This is a good opportunity to work a pinning combination. He's got 45 seconds. Going for that farmer's bar. And he's got it, it looks like. There we go. He's got to keep him on the mat here. There it is. Usually this will get real tight real fast when somebody goes to their back. Going into the Saturday Night Ride with it though, I don't like that, and that's why Schutte was able to come out of there. So Helminski with the 3 near fall. He's just going to give him a 1-point escape for loss of control. So they'll be back up on their feet. Helminski with a 12-3 lead, 21 seconds left in the second period. Let's see if Helminski can get right back on that shot. It's there. It's there if he throws it by. Schutte just drops to a knee. That's another way of doing it. 14-3 lead now. Helminski with a bar. Looks like Schutte's tired. And there's a quick pin. Well, there's a quick pin. Another Edwards Jones pin for Ben Helminski. Boy, he had a nice night. Went 3-0, bumped up in his last 2 matches to 215 pounds and got 2 pins.
Oh, wow.
36-10 lead now for the Mustangs. And it looks like we're going to roll Bryce Shepard out there at heavyweight this time. Giving Andrew Schaefer just a little rest.
Got off the mat before he got his hand raised.
The ref was going in another direction, and he wanted to make sure he gave Ben that opportunity to get his hand raised. You never want to take that for granted. Helminski 3-0 on the night. I think he's looking good.
Up next, at 285, 3 Cardinals, sophomore Victor Gillette.
The Cardinals have sophomore Victor Gillette, and the Mustangs have sophomore Bryce Shepard. Shepard bumping up to heavyweight for this one. Giving Andrew Schaefer a match off. Well-deserved rest for Schaefer. Quick tick down for Shepard to take the 2-0 lead, and he's right on that wrist ride, trying to pull it out Gillet's back. Nice leg ride to a cast over here. Let's see if he can get some near fall. Oh, 1 swipe, but not 2.
Nice leg ride for a big guy. You don't see that too often in a heavyweight.
Yeah, Bryce has got a lot of different skills. He's been been real successful through the years at the youth level. Very athletic for a big man. I think that's his number one advantage that he has over opponents is just quickness. He's powerful. He's got really good hips. He's got a few things he needs to clean up against the top level competition. We saw a little bit at the Clash with that, or just getting a little bit too wild and out of control, where when you're a big guy, sometimes it's better just to slow it down, stay in more control, but hey, when you're a sophomore and you're wrestling 215 or heavyweight, you're going up against all those 17, 18-year-old seniors, and he hasn't lost to a bad opponent, let's put it that way, at all this season. The only matches he's lost have been to quality guys. And
he's just a good athlete. You don't, last year, or not this past season, but the season before in football, we had those guys starting as freshmen on the varsity here in Menomonie, which I haven't seen that in the 30, 40 years I've lived here. I don't know that I can remember ever where we had some freshman starters, and Bryce was one of those guys in the offensive line, which that just tells you a little bit that he's put together pretty well for a sophomore.
And he's a strong kid in the weight room. When you grab a hold of him in the practice room, you can feel he's got really good strength. And I mean, he made it to the state tournament as a freshman last year at 182 pounds. I mean, that's talk about unheard of. I mean, that's an unheard of freshman year. Start on varsity in the O-line at football and then qualify for the state tournament at 182 pounds. So we're back going here after some blood time. Shepherd with a 2-0 lead, 45 seconds left in the first period. Now he's got that arm bar. He's taking Gillet over. Now he's just got to settle here. This is where he sometimes gets rolled through on things, and he's got those big, heavy hips. He just needs to learn how to settle and keep people on their back. Good hustle by Gillet, though, from Chippewa, getting himself out of that predicament. Now Shepherd's got him in trouble again. This should be able to put him away here.
I think he's got it pretty tight there.
Needs to get his hips back, get real heavy here. Gillet fighting hard for a big man off his back. Shepherd's running out of time here in the first period. I think Gillet is going to survive. Time. So Shepherd will get 3 more on the near fall. Go up 7-0, heading into the second. Menomonie leads the Big Rivers Conference, won the first duel of the year over River Falls to go 1-0. Then beat Hudson at Hudson in a 40-39 barn burner between two really great programs. Just looked at the latest set of state rankings. Menomonie, we're ranked number 4 right now, and Hudson's just behind us at number 7. Wow. So 2 of the top 10 teams in the state in the Big Rivers Conference. And now if we can close this out, that'll be 3 more conference dual meet wins tonight. And that'll put us 1 win away from a conference championship next week at Eau Claire Memorial, who happens to be in last place of the Big Rivers Conference. So there's the pin for the Edward Jones pin for Bryce Shepherd at heavyweight. And he gives his team the 42-10 lead. Nice job by Shepherd there, bumping up a weight, filling in for Schaefer at heavyweight and getting the pin. So now we circle back around to the little guys. We got Bailey Casey going out there for the Menomonie Mustangs. And Chippewa's had a couple different kids wrestling 106 this year, so we'll see who they put out there. And it's going to be a freshman, Journey Jones, for the Chippewa Falls Cardinals. Bailey Casey, a sophomore. 3rd at sectionals last year. 1 match away from the state tournament. And I know that's been driving him this offseason. He wants a trip to Madison this year. Casey working his underhook. Nice trip there, trying to go behind Jones. Jones controlling the elbow. And there we go. Casey gets the 2-point takedown.
Yeah, the Casey boys, when you meet them in person, have this real calm demeanor. But once you get to the mat, they know what they're doing, and they've been around this sport a long, long time. And they just know how to wrestle, and it's kind of fun to watch them turn it on, and they step out onto the mat.
Yeah, absolutely. About the nicest kids you could ever meet, but when they get on a mat, they're out there to win. And their dad, Maya, well, you've known him going back to probably, what didn't Mom teach him in kindergarten or something like that in Plum City?
Julie had Maya as a kindergartner when one of her first jobs out of college. Yeah.
Their dad, Maya, is just passionate about the sport, and he's done everything he could do to give his boys every type of opportunity they could have in the sport, and it's really paid off. Big brother Brayton has been a state champion and a state finalist already, looking to win another one this year, and Bailey's well on his way too. He started out the season ranked number 2 at 106, and he's taken some tough out-of-state losses, and I don't think the rankers totally understand that, so he slid down a little bit. But you look at 106 this year, and I think they have Bailey ranked 6 now, and I think any of those top 6 kids could win it. So all he needs to do is just get himself down there, get into the tournament, and just like the year Bray won it when he was a sophomore at 106, it kind of doesn't matter what you're seated or what you're ranked. You just get in there and you got to put a good weekend together.
Yeah.
So Bailey's plenty experienced, plenty savvy enough to do it. Puts Jones on his back with a nice power duck there. Chippewa kids are fighting, though. They're not giving up easy when they get put on their back. Looks like Casey's going to rack up 13 points in the first period to give himself a 13-3 lead heading into the second. Menomonie defers. Chippewa's going to pick top. Chippewa Falls head coach down there in the corner, Steve Anderson. He's a former Menomonie assistant. When he was going to Stout and playing football at Stout, he used to come in and train with me and Nick and Trevor Howard when we were in high school. So we've known Steve for a long time, and he's a great guy, and he's doing a good job over there at Chippewa.
Yeah, was our middle school coach too for a while, I think.
That's right. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Casey with a 15-3 lead after the reversal. He's got a bar and a half here, and this is about to get real tight. Takes Jones over, so now the match is either going to end in a tech fall or a pin. We'll see if Casey can get Jones's shoulders to the mat and end it with a pin. Jones with good flexibility down there, but eventually it was too much. And a pin for Bailey Casey, an Edward Jones pin for Bailey Casey, and the Mustangs go up 48-10, heading into 113 pounds.
Next up at 113 for the China Cardinals, freshman.
All right, here at 113 pounds for the Mustangs, it's a senior, Brayton Casey. As we said before, state champion 2 years ago, state runner-up last year, ranked number 2 this year. Quick takedown there on the freshman, Justin DeSendeo of Chippewa. Releases him, we're right back up on our feet. Minute 38 left in the first. Casey with some fake shots, getting some good movement going. Nice underhook to a knee pick. Gonna release Sendejo again. We started out tonight, Joe Dozadowski, who's new to wrestling, was asking me, why would you do that? Why would you let somebody go? And the answer to it is when you get to the level of Brayton Casey, the likelihood of a lot of his matches is he could go out there and pin somebody within the first minute. But there's no better practice than working on your moves in live action against an opponent from another school. And so it's a good thing to do when you're in Casey's shoes, to continue to work on different attacks, test things out in live action. And there will get to be a point where he'll choose to pin his opponent. So it's not poor sportsmanship. It's commonplace in wrestling, and Brayton Casey is about as good of a kid and as good of a sport as you'll ever meet. So, well, now he's got that bar in half pretty tight. It might be time to put him away here. Same pinning combination his brother just used. He says, oh yeah, Bales, well this is how you stack them up and get it done a little quicker. and there it is. Another Edward Jones pin for the Mustangs, and we go up 54-10 on the Chippewa Falls Cardinals.
You know, that take him down, let him go thing, pretty much in wrestling, it's accepted in that first period when you got a mismatch like that, and most coaches are real good about that. But then eventually, you know, they want to see him finish it with a pin, which just pretty much what Bailey did there, or Brayton did, I mean.
Yeah, he did it just exactly how you'd want. You go out there, you get your work in, and you make the match last a little bit longer than 15 seconds, and then you put him away and shake his hand and show him respect. So now we're back around to Dan Hansen. He's taking on Connor Bruin, who's a quality wrestler from Chippewa. Bruin wrestled Aiden Ari in a tough match, the Husky. Ari got the win, but Bruin is a quality wrestler. He's been around the block. So Hansen, being a first-year wrestler, he's got his work cut out for him, but Dan's a fighter. Bruin with a quick takedown here to begin the match. The Mustangs have the duel sealed up with a 44-point lead going into 120 pounds, which will be our last match of the night. Overall, a really good showing for the Mustangs tonight, though. I mean, 3 pretty dominant wins. Aaron Howard with a big win against New Richmond over returning state place winner Carter Sturba. We got to love that. And then the Pember boys taking care of business against the Krager boys here from Chippewa. And those Krager kids are tough. I'm sure we're going to have some rematches in February with them, but it's always nice to start out with that first win just from a confidence standpoint. Those were the big matches tonight that I was looking forward to when Menomonie went 3-0 in them. So kind of goes to show that when you go out there and you challenge yourself with the schedule that we've challenged ourselves with, you're ready for battle in those big-time matchups. Yeah. We can keep carrying that momentum forward. Hansen needs to work on his headgear.
He kind of got taken advantage checking his headgear.
Hard to defend a double leg when your headgear's in your eyes and both hands are trying to pull it out of your face.
It's a good time to shoot if you're on offense.
Nice work there by Brunn. I think Brunn might have snuck himself into the top 12 of the state rankings here in Division I. So he was a quality wrestler. And so for Dan Hansen to go out there and survive the first period and compete with them, you got to get that headgear adjusted. Wrestling's hard enough as it is. You don't need your headgear in your eyes.
Yeah. Get a junior in a lower weight class like this really is an advantage too for these guys like Brayton and Connor here.
Nice return though by Hansen. And you can see Hansen being a junior too. I mean, inexperience, maybe some technical errors from time to time, but he's got some strength to him. I mean,
yeah, strength isn't the deciding factor in this one. This one's more experience. And
I give a kid like Dan Hansen a ton of credit. Just to up and come out for a sport like wrestling as a junior in high school. You don't see many kids nowadays willing to do that, and he's been just a great guy to have on the team and in the room. He's a really good teammate, asks good questions, and honestly, for doing it for whatever it's been, 8 or 9 weeks since the start of the season, he's picked up on a lot.
Yeah, he keeps relatively good position for a new wrestler.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't really, even like this, he defends it pretty well.
Yeah, and Brunn, I mean, when you're wrestling a quality wrestler, I'm sure Brunn's got high hopes for the end of the season, a trip to Madison possibly, and Hansen's not giving him anything easy. Way to fight off your back, Dan Hansen. Brunn adds to his lead, go up 10-1 now. Part of dual meet wrestling too, especially if you're a guy like Hansen where, say you got to get thrown in there at the end of the year at a team sectional or a team state, it's about not getting pinned sometimes and saving your, not allowing that other team to collect those bonus points. So Hansen's showing scrappiness here is a really good sign, where if he needs to get used later in the year in a dual meet, that he's the type of kid that can maybe stay off his back and hold it to a major decision.
Yeah, that can be really huge. Well, look at the Hudson match.
Yeah, 1 point difference in that match, and
Aaron Howard just gave up a 3-point decision to a state qualifier, right?
Yeah. Molton of Hudson only beat Aaron Howard 4-1 in that match, and
then one of the other guys came up with a major.
Yeah, Walker Ferguson at the end came up with a major decision, and that got us the 40-39 lead. We got a legend in the house, Russ Waddell, father of a state champion. He would have never been a state champion without you. Hansen goes to his back here, Brunn, and Brunn does end up getting the pin.
We were talking before about the Casey boys, working their way into the state tournament and then have at it. Well, Josh Waddell was one of our guys that came in as the second place out of sectionals. Wrestled the state tournament entirely backwards. He ended up with the #1 ranked guy the very first match, beats him with a double leg takedown, like right at the end of the period, and wins that, and went on to beat the next best guy the next round, and ended up making it into the finals and winning the state tournament.
Yep.
It was one of the best efforts I've seen.
It's a great example of just get yourself in the bracket, get yourself down to the Kohl Center, and anything can happen.
Yeah.
All right, well,
bring your game.
That was fun. The Mustangs moved to 5-0 in the Big Rivers Conference. One more win to go for an outright conference title, and that would be the first one since 2014. Oh, no, I take that back, 2015. There's been 5 conference championships in school history, 1964, 1965, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015. And we haven't got back at the top of the Big River since. One more duel to go against Eau Claire Memorial, who's been having a tough year so far this year. So a pretty good chance that the Mustangs can finish it out and complete the regular season with a conference title next week, which is always something special to do. So that's it for Grant and Jeff Peisig. We're going to sign off. Thanks for sticking with us here. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Got to say goodnight to Larry Schlew and
some more quality alumni. Yeah, we got all sorts of fans out tonight. Good night, everybody.